Mesdames et messieurs, bonsoir et bienvenue sur ce live de Metal Gear Solid 3 sur Fabrice Fun Gaming. On va commencer la redécouverte du jeu. Avant, je vais mettre le titre, hein, parce qu'il met toujours Game Demo. Donc, Metal, c'est pas ça du tout, Metal Gear Solid Master Collection, volume 1. Voilà, c'est bon. Ensuite, on va tester le son, voir si ça fonctionne, et voir si c'est ok, et on y va. C'est bon, le son fonctionne. Alors, il faut savoir que je vais aller dans les options d'abord, dans les langues. Alors, le français, les notifications, ça c'est bon, on s'en bat les couilles. Ça on s'en fout, le choix du jeu. La version européenne, bien entendu. En français. On commence le jeu. Et il faut savoir que... Bonsoir Maury, bienvenue sur le live. Alors il faut savoir que les Metal Gear Solid, je les ai joués je vais vous expliquer après. Là je vais laisser le générique. Et ensuite on s'y met. Mais je vous expliquerai 2-3 trucs sur comment je vais faire le jeu. Ah bah non en fait. Alors il y a toujours ce petit truc que sur la touche c'est gauche L2. On change ça. La touche L1 ça fait ça. Et la touche R1 ça fait ça. La touche R2 ça met comme ça. Ça c'est l'analogique gauche. Il change l'arrière-plan. Et on peut le faire bouger aussi. Ça change la couleur avec l'analogique droit toujours. Et donc, alors, je vais vous expliquer. Dans Metal Gear Solid 1, j'avais fait en facile parce que je connaissais que dalle. Je suis mort tellement de fois parce que c'était rigide. J'avais fait en easy parce que c'était rigide. Je suis mort plusieurs fois. Je me rappelais pas du jeu. Et franchement, j'ai réussi à mourir tellement de fois dans des endroits de merde. Faut savoir que c'était pas en analogique la première fois qu'on jouait en PS1 à ce jeu. Petit rhume, désolé. C'était avec les touches directionnelles. Et du coup, ce qui se passe, c'est que le Metal Gear Solid 2, j'avais décidé de faire en Very Easy dès le début. C'était pour avoir toutes les dock tags de la Very Easy. Ensuite, je ferai en Easy, puis en normal, en off. Puis si j'y pense, je ferai le jeu en... ça, c'est pour les dock tags dans le Metal Gear Solid 2 sur PS2. Ben, évidemment, tu avais ce petit jeu de retrouver les médailles de soldats des développeurs. Il y avait le nom des développeurs dessus, et c'était tout disséminé dans les modes de difficulté. T'avais, donc chaque mode de difficulté, tu avais des noms différents à chaque fois. Donc very easy, easy, normal. Du coup, c'est ce que je faisais au maximum pour avoir dans le tanker, c'est-à-dire dans le tanker d'avoir les munitions illimitées avec le bandana et le camouflage optique, et pareil pour la Big Plant, d'avoir pour la base aquatique, la Big Shell, d'avoir la perruque de Raiden pour les munitions infinies, et comment ça s'appelle déjà, le camouflage optique, pourquoi j'oublie. Et tu pouvais aussi avoir, si tu faisais certains trucs, la perruque bleue pour avoir la respiration infinie sous l'eau. Le 3, je vais pas me faire chier non plus, parce qu'il y a aussi une explication au Very Easy, c'est que ce qui change en fait dans les difficultés, c'est juste, et ça je l'ai remarqué moi-même, hein, en jouant tellement de fois à ces 3 jeux, parce que c'est mes préférés, puis j'avais fait pareil sur Metal Gear Solid 4. Non, Metal Gear Solid 4, je l'ai fini qu'une seule fois, mais j'ai voulu y rejouer une deuxième fois, mais j'ai pas eu le temps, en gros. Puis j'espère que dans le volume 2, il sera dedans, ainsi que Peace Walker. Mais bon, on va revenir à ce que je disais, c'est-à-dire que dans Metal Gear Solid 3, dans tous les Metal Gear Solid, en fait, la difficulté, si tu la montes, en fait, c'est juste, tu prends plus de dégâts, les ennemis prennent moins de dégâts, il en faut plus pour les buter, et les fast timés prennent moins de temps, c'est-à-dire que tu as moins de temps à chaque fois. Donc c'est tout. Et surtout, c'est des jeux, vous avez vu dans Metal Gear Solid 2, pour les personnes qui auront regardé, c'est que le problème de ce jeu, enfin en tout cas Metal Gear Solid 1 c'est bien, ça passait en action et discussion, mais c'était équilibré. Dans Metal Gear Solid 2, ça faisait que parler. Bla bla bla, petite action. Bla bla bla, tu avances. Ça parle énormément, et dans Metal Gear Solid 3, ce sera du entre-deux. Donc je préfère m'amuser parce qu'il y a des phases amusantes dans le jeu. Et une fois qu'on a fini le jeu, on a bon, l'album photo, les actions de base, mais on a aussi le mode cinématique. Et le mode cinématique, tu peux déguiser, je vous le montrerai de toute façon, mais tu peux déguiser le personnage avec tous les camos que tu as pour que ça passe comme quelque chose qui soit logique. Ensuite, dans les options, le sang, on va laisser, la première personne en mettre normal, mode caméra vue à la troisième personne. Normal, vue à la troisième personne, ouais. Sous-titres, oui. Cinématique, pas plein écran, mais en letterbox. Parce que justement, j'avais fait ça pour mettre Metal Gear Solid 2. Si tu mets en plein écran, bah, t'as pas de barre noire pour faire comme si c'était un film. L'ajustement de la luminosité, je vais pas y toucher. Je vais le laisser tel quel. Je vais faire nouvelle partie. Et là, on te demandait, j'aime MGS3, j'aime MGS2, j'aime MGS1. Mais là, c'est la première fois que je joue à un jeu de la série. Comme ça, tu as le niveau très facile et tu as le Easy Gun. Le Easy Gun.
After the end of World War II, the world was split into two.
Je me tais, c'est les cinématiques, je vous expliquerai après. Dans ce jeu, on a aussi la possibilité de zoomer sur les cinématiques, aussi de faire R1 parfois, il y aura des cinématiques cachées grâce à la touche R1, mais j'espère qu'ils l'ont gardé ça.
Flying over Pakistan, altitude 30,000 feet.
Approaching Soviet airspace.
20 minutes to drop off.
Commencing internal depressurization. Equipment check. Arm main parachute.
All right. You ready to go?
Drop zone still showing a high pressure mass. Cav okay.
Good. We've got high visibility.
Put out that cigar. Connecting oxygen hose to interior connector. Put on your mask. Does this panty waste know what he's doing?
Approaching release point.
10 minutes to drop off.
Hey, are you deaf?
He said put out the cigar and put on your mask.
Depressurization complete.
Checking oxygen supply.
6 minutes to drop off. Opening rear hatch.
Sunrise.
External temperature minus 46 degrees Celsius. 2 minutes to drop off. Stand up.
You'll be falling at 130 miles per hour. Try not to get frostbite from the wind chill.
1 minute to drop off. Move to the rear.
Activate bailout model.
This is one for the history books. The world's first halo jump.
10 seconds to drop off. Stand by. Status okay. All green.
Prepare for drop-off. Countdown. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Spread your wings
And fly. God be with you.
Jack, I've got some important news. The head of the CIA has finally given us the green light for the virtuous mission.
Virtual mission?
No, the virtuous mission. The future of our Fox unit depends on it. If it succeeds, we'll be officially organized into a unit.
virtuous mission. Sounds like some kind of initiation ritual.
You know, don't get cocky. This isn't a training op.
Right. So what exactly is this wonderful mission?
Well, about 2 years ago, a certain Soviet scientist requested asylum in the West through one of our moles. His name is Nikolai Stepanovich Sokolov. He's head of the OKB 754 Design Bureau, one of the Soviets' top-secret weapon research facilities, and the East's foremost expert on weapons development.
Sokolov? Isn't he that famous rocket scientist?
The very same. On April the 12th, 1961, the Soviets achieved the first manned spaceflight in history.
The Earth was blue, but there was no God.
Well spoken. The rocket that carried Yuri Gagarin into orbit was the A-1, known as the Vostok rocket. Sokolov is said to be the man most responsible for the multi-engine cluster used in that rocket. After Gagarin's flight, Sokolov left rocket development to become the head of the newly established Design Bureau.
From a lowly technician to head of a design bureau, that's quite a success story. So why'd he want to defect?
It seems he'd become afraid of his own creations.
Afraid?
Call it a crisis of conscience.
And for that, he left his country and his family behind and went over the fence?
Not exactly. One of his conditions was that his family was also to be taken safely to the West. We used a mole to get the family out first and succeeded in sneaking Sokolov over the Berlin Wall shortly afterwards. I was the one who conducted the operation.
The security on the eastern side was still full of holes back then. Then what?
We got Sokolov over in one piece, but the whole ordeal had left him exhausted, and we checked him into a hospital in West Berlin. It took him 2 weeks and more than 600 miles to get from the research facility in the Soviet Union to Berlin. He was in no condition to say anything coherent. And it was only a week later that we had something much bigger on our hands.
The Cuban Missile Crisis.
October the 16th, 1962, President Kennedy received word that the Soviets were in the process of deploying intermediate-range ballistic missiles in Cuba. The President demanded that the Soviets dismantle and remove the missiles. At the same time, he announced a naval blockade to prevent further missile shipments from reaching Cuba. But the Soviets didn't back down, instead placing their armed forces on secondary alert. Soviet transport ships carrying missiles continued on course towards Cuba. US and Soviet forces went on alert for an all-out nuclear war. Frantic negotiations were conducted through the UN's Emergency Security Council and unofficial channels to end the hair-trigger standoff. Finally, on October the 28th, the Soviet Union agreed to remove its missiles from Cuba, and so the world avoided a nuclear holocaust. But in order to get the Soviets to pull their missiles out, we had to make a deal.
You mean the one where the US agreed to remove its IRBMs from Turkey?
No. The Jupiter IRBMs deployed in Turkey were obsolete, and we were going to get rid of them anyway. They had no strategic value whatsoever to either the US or the Russians. The Turkey deal was a ruse, a cover story that was fed to the other intelligence agencies around the world.
So what did the Russians really want?
Sokolov. They wanted us to return Sokolov.
You mean the Soviets pulled out of Cuba just to get their hands on Sokolov?
That's right.
What the hell was he working on?
At the time, we had no idea. We were running out of time. It was either give up Sokolov or risk full-scale nuclear war. In the end, we had no choice. President Kennedy gave in to Khrushchev's demand. The next day, I got Sokolov out of the hospital, handing him over to agents on the eastern side. Sokolov kept on screaming, "Save me," until he disappeared from my sight. Then a month ago, we received some new information from one of our moles.
About Sokolov?
Yes. He was taken back to the research facility and forced to continue working on the weapon in question under KGB supervision. What's more, it's on the verge of completion.
So what kind of weapon is it? Something to do with space rockets?
No, missiles.
Same technology.
I guess you're right. We don't know the details, but it appears to be a new kind of nuclear device. For half a year now, the Soviets have been conducting frequent nuclear tests at Semipalatinsk.
Something to do with the weapon, I assume.
We're talking about a secret weapon so big that Khrushchev was ready to pull out of Cuba to get it back.
Is Sokolov still in the facility?
No. According to our intelligence, he's in Selino Yask, a place in the mountains about 3 miles to the west that's known as the Virgin Cliffs.
The Virgin Cliffs. Nice name for a virtuous mission.
They moved him there just recently.
Why?
Apparently, they're conducting a field test of the weapon, but it's our best chance to get him back. This mission would never have been possible if he was still in the research facility. This is our last chance. Sokolov must have known that too when he contacted us.
Listen up, Jack. Your mission is to infiltrate Selino Yask in the Soviet mountains, ensure the safety of Sokolov, and bring him back to the west. If we don't get Sokolov back before that weapon is complete, we'll be facing a major crisis. The clock is ticking. Once we've confirmed the rescue of Sokolov, stand by at the recovery point. A recovery balloon will be dropped at that point. Helium will be pumped into the balloon to inflate it. The process takes about 20 minutes. Once it's complete, the gunship's arm will latch onto the balloon and pull it up.
The Fulton surface-to-air recovery system. I'm familiar with the theory.
Take it easy. It's been combat-proven.
Do you think Sokolov is up to it?
The shock will be less than during a parachute jump, and the arm can handle up to 500 pounds.
So you're planning on going over the border in a single combat talon?
She's equipped with 2 6-barrel 20mm Vulcan cannons, as well as 2 40mm machine guns.
Sounds like she could hold her own against a battalion of tanks.
Even with the fuel in the reserve tank, we're facing a 4-hour time limit. If all goes well, it shouldn't take more than a few hours.
Home in time for dinner.
But if anything goes wrong,
You'll be eating dinner, breakfast,
and all the rest of your meals in the jungle. Do you copy? You're already in enemy territory, and somebody might be listening in. From here on out, we'll be using code names to refer to each other. Your code name for this mission will be Naked Snake. I'll be referring to you as Snake from now on. You're not to mention your real name.
Snake?
Oh, you don't like snakes?
What do you mean?
You've eaten one before, haven't you?
In survival training.
I'm glad to hear that.
I don't know if I'd ever order one in a restaurant, but...
Be careful, you might not have a choice.
What about you, Major? What should I call you?
Let's see. I'll be Tom. Call me Major Tom. This will be a sneaking mission. You must not be seen by the enemy. You must leave no trace of your presence. Is that clear? This kind of infiltration is the Fox unit's speciality. In other words, weapons and equipment are procured on site. That goes for food as well. You're completely naked, just as your name implies.
Great. Now I see why you asked me if I like snakes. I suppose calling me Snake was your idea of a joke, too.
No. There's a good reason for that. I'll tell you later when the time is right.
Gotcha. Getting back to the subject, how exactly am I supposed to feed myself?
You've been issued a knife and a tranquilizer gun. Use them to hunt for food. You'll also find some medical supplies in your backpack.
Yeah, about the backpack. I lost it in a tree on the way down.
I see. Well, you'd better go back and get it then. You know where it is?
No problem. I can see it from here. It's stuck on a branch.
To climb a tree, stand in front of a tree that's covered in ivy and press the action button. I'll be monitoring your progress over the radio. We can't risk violating Soviet airspace, but I'll be in the gunship. My frequency is 140.85. I'll give you a call if I need to talk to you. If you need to talk to me, use the send function. Okay, Snake, go get your backpack.
Alors j'aime bien, il a dit dans l'hélicoptère, mais je pense qu'il voulait parler de l'avion, parce que gunship... Oh, il va encore y avoir des fautes d'orthographe qui n'ont pas été corrigées à l'époque, parce qu'il n'y avait pas encore les... Alors sur celui-là, oui, normalement, il devrait y avoir les mises à jour qui ont été faites, parce que c'était sur PS3. Mais bon. Oh putain, c'est fluide de ouf. C'est pas mal. Ah oui, il faut que je fasse gaffe parce que je peux me péter la gueule simplement en sautant là. Donc je disais, ouais, je vais avoir le Easy Gun. Le Easy Gun, c'est un flingue qui te donne 80% de camouflage. Parce que là, tu vois. Il va falloir se cacher dans la jungle, en fait. Et le camouflage en question, il t'en donne 80%. Et il a des munitions infinies et un silencieux infini. Ce qui n'y aura pas, évidemment... J'entends quelque chose. Je sais qu'il y a un serpent dans le coin. Parce que dans ce jeu, les silencieux ne sont pas infinis. Ils pètent à un moment donné. Aussi savoir que le personnage qu'on joue, c'est pas Snake. Hein, on l'a tous su au moment où le jeu est sorti. C'est Big Boss. Hein, c'était Big Boss avant qu'il devienne Big Boss. Donc le fameux papa de Snake, qui a une particularité, c'est que c'est un gros bouffeur. On verra ça dans le jeu. Alors du coup... Ça c'est pour se combattre. Ça c'est bien parce qu'il donne des coups de pied maintenant. Donc il donne pas les coups de pied en l'air, il donne les coups de pied en bas, ce qui va me permettre de réveiller les gardes si j'ai besoin de les réveiller. Alors. Ah, c'est particulier, hein, parce que là maintenant, tu as la possibilité de regarder tout autour de toi. Ah oui, ah ouais, tu peux regarder comme ça maintenant. Avant, on pouvait pas, et ça va être particulier du coup. Hein. Attends, il m'a dit... Triangle, ouais, c'est bien ce que je pensais. Hein. C'est bien ce qu'il avait dit. Et triangle pour descendre.
I see you've retrieved your backpack, Snake. To equip a weapon, it's necessary to take it out of your backpack. In the survival viewer, choose Weapon from the backpack. Your available weapons will be displayed in a window in the upper left. From that list, choose the weapon you want to equip and press the Enter button. For other equipped items, just do the same thing from Item.
Got it. Use the survival viewer backpack.
Yep, that's right. Survival is fundamental to this mission. After you've been out in the field for a while, your stamina will start to drop. If your stamina gets too low, it'll affect your performance. You won't be able to shoot accurately, for example, and your wounds won't heal as smoothly. Keep an eye on your stamina so you don't run out. To recover lost stamina, you can hunt for local flora and fauna. You can use either your tranquilizer gun or your knife to hunt.
My only weapon is a Mark 22 Hush Puppy tranquilizer gun?
That's right. It's been fitted with its own suppressor. However, the suppressor will deteriorate every time you fire. Once its durability reaches 0, the noise suppression effect will be gone. So don't get too trigger-happy with it. The suppressor's durability is shown in the icon. Any weapons and equipment beyond what you're carrying now, you'll have to find as you go.
I have to find my own weapons and equipment? Whose crazy idea was this anyway?
Solo covert actions are standard Fox operating procedure. You can't leave any traces of your presence. No weapons, equipment, footprints, sweat, or bodily waste. The same goes for bullets and cartridges, too. Your presence in enemy territory is already a violation of international conventions of warfare. There aren't supposed to be any American soldiers in Russia. It could spark an international incident. You can't let anyone see you. You can't let the enemy know you're there. This is a stealth mission. You're a ghost, Snake, in every sense of the word. And there'll be no rescue if you're captured. The military and US government will deny any involvement in the affair.
Then I'll just have to take care of myself, huh?
I'm afraid so. You've been given a fake death pill for that purpose. SIS guidelines stipulate that soldiers on covert ops like this one be issued a potassium cyanide capsule. Tape it to your body so you can take it when you need to.
How generous of you.
Use it if you're taken prisoner by the enemy. It'll send you into a state of false death for a short time.
Fooling them into thinking that I'm really dead. So, how do I come back to life?
Just take the revival pill.
You mean that thing they put in my tooth before the mission?
That's the one. But be careful. If you remain in a state of false death for too long, nothing will be able to bring you back. Remember that.
I'll keep it in mind. You said this was a solo mission, right?
Right.
I guess that means I can't count on any reinforcements.
Correct. The mission rests entirely in your hands.
A real one-man army.
Relax. There's a support team ready to back you up over the radio.
Who?
I'll introduce them to you. This time, survival is of utmost importance. The first member of the support team will be in charge of monitoring your physical condition, acting as a medic, so to speak, as well as recording your mission data. She's a member of Fox as well, and she's here on the gunship with me.
She?
Hello, Snake. I'm paramedic. Nice to meet you.
Paramedic.
As in a medic who comes in by parachute.
Aren't you going to tell me your real name?
Are you going to tell me yours, Mr. Snake?
My name, huh? It's John Doe.
And they call you Jack for short. You're a regular Captain Nemo.
A name means nothing on the battlefield. After a week, no one has a name. What's your name?
Jane Doe.
Very funny.
I wasn't joking, but I'll tell you my name only if you manage to make it back alive. My frequency is 145.73.
She's also in charge of recording your mission data. Whenever you want to save, send a message over the reserved save frequency, 140.96.
So saving lets me record my mission data.
That's right. It also records the state of your health.
Good to know.
There's one more person I want to introduce you to, Snake.
Huh?
Speaking of snakes, you remember the boss, don't you? A legendary soldier and your mentor. Actually, it was the boss that got the DCI's authorization in the first place. She's going to be serving as Fox's mission advisor.
The boss is?
She also helped me plan this mission. She and I were at SAS together.
Jack, is that you? How many years has it been?
Boss?
That's right. It's me.
Oh.
Talk to me. Let me hear your voice.
It's been 5 years, 72 days, and 18 hours.
You've lost weight.
You can tell just by the sound of my voice.
Of course I can. I know all about you.
Really? Well, I don't know anything about you.
What's that supposed to mean?
Why'd you disappear on me all of a sudden?
I was on a top-secret mission. You didn't need me anymore.
But there were still so many things I wanted you to teach me.
No, I taught you everything you needed to know about fighting techniques. I taught you all I could. The rest you needed to learn on your own.
Techniques, sure. But what about how to think like a soldier?
How to think like a soldier? I can't teach you that. A soldier needs to be strong in spirit, body, and technique. And the only thing you can learn from someone else is technique. In fact, technique doesn't even matter. What's most important is spirit. Spirit and body are like two sides of a single coin. They're the same thing. I can't teach you how to think. You'll just have to figure it out for yourself. Listen to me, Jack. Just because soldiers are on the same side right now doesn't mean they always will be. Having personal feelings about your comrades is one of the worst sins you can commit. Politics determine who you face on the battlefield. And politics are a living thing. They change along with the times. Yesterday's good might be tomorrow's evil.
Is that why you abandoned me?
No, it had nothing to do with you. I already told you, Jack. I was on a top-secret mission. A soldier has to follow whatever orders he's given. It's not his place to question why. But you're looking for a reason to fight. You're a natural-born fighter, but you're not quite a soldier. A soldier is a political tool, nothing more. That's doubly true if he's a career soldier. Right and wrong have no place in his mission. He has no enemies and no friends. Only the mission. You follow the orders you're given. That's what being a soldier is.
I do whatever I have to get the job done. I don't think about politics.
That's not the same thing. Sooner or later, your conscience is going to bother you. In the end, you have to choose whether you're going to live as a soldier or just another man with a gun. There's a saying in the Orient, loyalty to the end. Do you know what it means?
Being patriotic.
It means devoting yourself to your country.
I follow the president and the top brass. I'm ready to die for them if necessary.
The president and the top brass won't be there forever. Once their terms are up, others will take their place.
I follow the will of the leader, no matter who's in charge.
People aren't the ones who dictate the missions.
Then who does?
The times. People's values change over time, and so do the leaders of a country. So there's no such thing as an enemy in absolute terms. The enemies we fight are only enemies in relative terms, constantly changing with the times. As long as we have loyalty to the end, there's no point in believing in anything, even in those we love.
And that's the way a soldier's supposed to think?
The only thing we can believe in with absolute certainty is the mission, Jack.
All right, but do me a favor.
What is it?
Call me Snake.
Snake? Oh, right. Your codename is Snake. It suits you well.
That's right. The legendary unit that the boss put together during World War II was a snake. The Cobra unit, a group of heroes that brought the war to an end and saved the world. As long as you've got a legendary hero backing you up, you'll be fine. Isn't that right, Snake?
Yeah. I can't think of anyone else I'd rather have with me. Oh, and one more thing, boss.
Yes?
It's good to hear your voice again.
Same here. After all, who knows if either of us will make it out alive? Snake, you are always best at urban warfare and infiltrating buildings. But this is the jungle. Survival is going to be key. Those CQC techniques I taught you are sure to come in handy.
CQC? Close quarters combat, huh? I've been in the Green Berets for the past few years. I'm probably pretty rusty.
Not to worry. I'll be here to help you remember. After all, this is your first actual survival mission. I'll be supporting you over the radio.
Where are you, boss? Next to the Major?
The boss is communicating with us by radio from aboard a Permit-class submarine in the Arctic Ocean.
My frequency is 141.80. Call me if you need my advice on battle techniques.
Gotcha.
Your mission is to retrieve Dr. Sokolov. Dr. Sokolov is being held in an abandoned factory located to the north of your current position. Avoid heavy combat and don't let anyone see you. Don't forget that this is a stealth mission.
Snake, try to remember some of the basics of CQC.
Commencing virtuous mission now.
Du coup, est-ce que il faut que je vérifie un truc. Alors, on a le détecteur de mouvement. On a le sonar. Il fonctionne comment ce machin déjà? Ok, ah d'accord. Ouais mais attends. La touche L3 pour mettre une onde, qui consomme des batteries. Je veux bien, sauf que... Ah, ça fonctionne pas ici. Oh bah... Donc j'ai... la touche L2. Attends, est-ce que je fais des conneries ou pas du tout? L3 à gauche. Donc, le sac à dos, il a tout ce qu'il faut. Le camouflage, est-ce que... Oh, tu te fous de ma gueule, il le donne maintenant. Il le donne maintenant. Le truc, c'est que ça, normalement, tu l'attrapes plus tard. C'est rigolo, mais voilà, quoi. Forêt. Éclat. On va mettre forêt. Ça, tu l'attrapes plus tard. Tout comme ces trucs-là, normalement, tu les attrapes plus tard. Tu les attrapes pas tout de suite. Donc on va mettre celui-là, parce que, attends, les autres c'est quoi? R2, info. Efficace dans les zones boisées, blabla. Oui, oui, si tu veux. Attends, j'essaie un petit peu de... Y a pas... Normalement, il y a... Hein. Ah bah voilà. Le zoom, c'est triangle. Le dézoom, c'est carré. C'est pas mal. Alors ensuite, on a le carré pour les briques. Le noir, bah pour le noir. Hein. L'écorce d'arbre, bof. Le feuille, c'est normal. On va mettre les rayures tigre de base. Normalement, alors ça c'est un bonus que on ne devrait pas avoir tout de suite. C'est bizarre d'ailleurs. D'ailleurs, je me pose la question, sac à dos. Couteau de survie, oui, nourriture. Donc ça a un peu changé parce que normalement le sonar était censé... Alors L1 c'est pour voir directement devant soi. Ça on met en avant. D'accord. Je vois. En fait il n'y a pas de possibilité de... Tu peux... Alors avec gauche tu peux donc L3 si j'enlève. Le sonar ne fonctionne pas. Ce qui est bizarre un peu. Hein. T'as une pilule de mort simulée, t'as les jumelles, t'as tout ce qu'il faut. Ensuite, t'as la vue à la troisième personne. Attends. L'easy gun, il est où? Ah, il est là. Voilà. L'easy gun est juste là. Les easy gun donnent 80%. Bon bah ça ce sera pour contre les boss. Mais normalement en haut il y a un serpent qui traîne. Ok, là on a les trucs, c'est bon. Oh, ça c'est intéressant, alors attends. Ah oui, et aussi un autre truc à savoir, c'est que la bouffe peut pourrir. Je sais que je l'ai vu ici. Alors c'est il y a un digestif du coup. Alors, j'ai tout le monde, c'est parfait. Non. Objet. Ah là, comme ça, je peux les... Ok, je viens de comprendre. Bienvenue sur la live aux personnes qui arrivent. Alors, le calorimètre et la fausse mangue russe, comme ça, ils en parlent. En fait, il y a un truc dans ce jeu, c'est que les gens parlent de ce que tu prends comme bouffe et autres. Alors, donc, on avait dit que j'avais mis very easy pour une bonne raison, c'est que j'ai le easy gun. Et de toute façon, ce qui va changer, c'est juste le nombre de dégâts que je mets, et le nombre de dégâts que je vais recevoir dans la gueule, et les phases timées qu'il y a dans le jeu. C'est pareil que Metal Gear Solid 1, 2 et 3. Donc ce qui va changer, c'est juste ça. Mais je vais pas l'utiliser tout le temps. Je vais surtout faire que ce soit quand même utiliser le camouflage pour qu'il soit bien utilisé. Que ce soit utilisé comme il faut. Pas tout le temps utiliser le easy gun. Hein. Je veux quand même essayer de me cacher quand même pour rigoler. Donc je vais prendre celui-là. À savoir que j'ai 9... Ah, je peux l'enlever, c'est vrai. Que j'ai 9... parce que si je l'enlève, voilà ce que ça fait. Ça fait un sacré bordel. Alors, du coup, ensuite... Donc, le easy gun, ça va me servir pour voler les... Comment ça s'appelle déjà, ces foutus trucs? Les camouflages. Ah bah le voilà. Je peux le garder, trophée obtenu. Alors, le camouflage des boss. Parce que les boss, si on les tue pas, on gagne leur camouflage. C'est ça qui est bien. Ah, il était là. Serpent H. Sac à dos. Anaconda géant. Python réticulé. Pour une bonne raison, je vais vous montrer pourquoi. Donc, le calorimètre. Si on le fait pas trop vite non plus comme un abruti. Le calorimètre, j'en ai trouvé en Suisse. C'est un truc hyper calorique, hein, mais que j'ai pas pu acheter parce que j'avais pas assez d'argent, mais j'en avais trouvé dans une boutique spécialisée. Alors, du coup, on appelle paramédic.
I see you've captured a giant anaconda. The giant anaconda is believed to be the largest snake in the world in terms of weight and diameter. It's not poisonous, but its large size makes it extremely powerful. They say it even eats crocodiles. Its only natural predator is man.
And snake.
And snake.
Got it. So how does it taste?
I knew you were going to ask me that.
Glad I didn't disappoint you. So?
Well, the guide says it tastes all right.
Good. I'll have to try some.
I see you caught yourself a reticulated python. The reticulated python is said to be the longest snake in the world. The biggest ones can grow up to 10 meters in length. Although they're not poisonous, they're still very dangerous, so be careful around them. They have a highly ferocious temperament, and they can swallow whole, even large animals like deer and pigs. Their most distinguishing feature is the mesh pattern of their scales. This pattern acts as a highly effective natural camouflage. If you think there might be a reticulated python about, pay close attention to your surroundings. Otherwise, you could get bitten before you even know it's there.
Right. But how do they taste?
Huh?
Do they taste good?
You're actually going to eat one.
Why else would I be asking?
Cannibal.
What was that?
Nothing. Let's see what the guide says. Ah, you're in luck. It says they taste pretty good.
Good. I can hardly wait.
La pauvre, elle est en mode oh putain, qu'est-ce que. Le mec, en gros, il adore bouffer. Donc, on bouffe ça comment? Mais je veux pas le lancer, je veux le bouffer. Comment? Ah putain, c'est là-dedans qu'il faut les bouffer les trucs. Alors attends. Alors, on va le bouffer, manger. Snake Eater, un trophée obtenu. Donc pour lui c'est testy. Ok. Donc ça on le sait du coup. Censé être assez bon. Et de toute façon on va trouver plein de bouffe sur le chemin. Donc on peut en bouffer au moins une de chaque. Hein, c'est pas un problème. C'était vraiment super bon. Faussement russe. Avait un goût excellent. Ok, bon, bah ça au moins il le sait du coup. Normalement, il devrait y en avoir d'autres dans le coin. Oui, il y en a plein là. Ouais, parce que j'ai dit on allait s'amuser sur le jeu, hein, de toute façon. Donc, sac à dos, c'était objet, c'est ça? Non, c'est l'autre. Puff, calorimètre, faussement grusse.
I see you found a Russian false mango. The Russian false mango is a mango-like fruit found only in Selino-Yarsk. The egg-shaped fruit is sweet and tangy with a pleasing aroma, just like a mango.
Yeah, it was pretty tasty.
See? Also, the seeds can be used to make a medicine that aids in digestion. It might come in handy if you ever have an upset stomach.
Ouais, parce que si on bouffe de la merde, évidemment qu'on va avoir une intoxication alimentaire dans le jeu. Il y a tout un tas de trucs possibles. Hein. Si tu laisses traîner ta bouffe, elle va... si tu joues pas pendant un certain temps dans le jeu, c'est très con, mais c'est très rigolo. La bouffe, elle va pourrir.
Snake, that area is inhabited by magpies. Magpies are members of the crow family. They're distinguishable by their beautiful dark blue and white bodies and their long tails. Their favorite food is insects, but they'll also eat small fish, acorns, and fruit. They're omnivores, which means...
They'll eat anything.
Right, just like you, huh? If you use the tranquilizer gun, you should be able to capture magpies alive.
Okay, so how do they taste?
You always ask me that.
Naturally. So?
I've never heard of anybody actually eating a magpie, but I suppose there's no reason you couldn't.
You don't say.
Oh.
Le calorimètre, tu en parles ou pas du tout? Parce que ça, c'est bizarre. Hein.
Snake, that area should be inhabited by tree frogs. The tree frog is a green frog that's found throughout Asia. It's arboreal, spending most of its time in shrubs and bushes. Use the tranquilizer gun to catch one alive. I bet you could scare an enemy good if you toss one at him. But the tree frogs that live in that jungle are a lot bigger than ordinary tree frogs.
They've got an appetite, huh?
You've got a one-track mind, don't you? But seriously, that is one theory. However, there are people who think it's a mutation caused by nuclear testing and waste from the research facility.
Do you think they're safe to eat?
Is that all you ever think about?
What else is there?
Lots.
Like what?
Like why a frog would get so big in the first place. Whether it's a temporary phenomenon created by a unique environment, or a permanent mark of evolution, or a product of the toxic waste coming out of the research facility. If it is the waste that's causing it, then it means humans are interfering with the ecosystem. It really makes you think about the changing relationship between...
This isn't interesting.
Oh, fine. Be that way.
So, how about it?
You mean, is it edible?
Yeah.
Well, I guess it's probably okay.
Probably.
I don't know. The guide doesn't say anything.
Pretty useless guide, if you ask me.
Well, try one for dinner and you can help improve it.
Ah, puis il faudra aussi faire gaffe à pas bouffer certaines grenouilles. Les grenouilles qui sont pleines de poison, qui peuvent t'empoisonner, ou bouffer des trucs qui sont dégueulasses, ce genre de trucs. Ça, il va te le dire. Et le fameux Big Boss, le fameux héros, le fameux le dangereux Big Boss est un gros bouffeur qui adore bouffer tout ce qui bouge. C'est génial. Alors, du coup, normalement, ici, on devrait trouver... Si tu veux bien passer de l'autre côté, ce serait génial. Mais normalement, t'es censé... Normalement, il est censé y en avoir un dans le coin, hein, donc c'est pour ça que je cherche. C'est bien, le truc, c'est qu'il dit gunship, et c'est marqué hélicoptère. Ils ont fait des fautes pas d'orthographe, je dirais, mais plus des fautes de traduction. Normalement, il devrait être là, à moins que ce soit moi qui soit complètement à l'ouest et qui me souvienne mal. Ah mais il y avait des audios là-dedans. Ok, donc ça c'est bon. Ah, il n'y a pas, ok. Donc tu veux bien me parler du calorimètre, s'il te plaît?
You should be able to find Russian oyster mushrooms in that area. The Russian oyster mushroom is an edible variety that belongs to the shimeji family. It's known to be particularly rich in vitamin B1 and niacin. Apparently, it's usually found growing on tree stumps and hollow logs, so look there if you want to eat some. I see you have a calorie mate.
Calorie mate?
The thing you're holding now?
Oh, the little block that looks like a cookie? It was pretty good.
Wasn't it?
Yeah. But what the hell was it?
What?
Never seen anything like it. What?
Hold on. You just ate something without even knowing what it was?
Yeah. It looked good.
Ugh.
So, what was it?
Calorie Mate is an energy supplement that contains all the proteins, lipids, vitamins, carbohydrates, and minerals needed for a balanced diet. It's a well-balanced food. Because of that, it's just perfect for giving your body the nutrition it needs in combat.
It sounds like a space-age food.
Real astronaut food is not very good, but that should taste fine.
Yeah, and it'll help balance out all this jungle food I'm eating.
It's easy and quick to eat, so it's perfect when you're running late for an important mission in the morning.
I've never been late for a mission.
Really? Aren't you always keeping people waiting?
Huh?
It's easy to keep track of your calorie intake and receive the nutrition your body needs, so it's good for losing weight, too. All of the geisha girls in Japan use it for watching their calories.
Is that why they're all so slim?
Right. And any diet where you eat nothing at all is bad for the body.
I see. You seem to know a lot about Japan, don't you?
Yes, I love Japan.
Alors oui, alors ce que je trouve drôle aussi, c'est que tous les masters, en fait, tous les comment on appelle ça, les sensei, tous les mentors, ils ont 141,80 en contact. The Boss, Master Miller, bon c'était pas vraiment Master Miller, on sait que c'était Liquid du coup, mais aussi Snake lui-même dans Metal Gear Solid 2, je trouve ça rigolo. Alors du coup, on va pas balancer la bouffe, on va les ranger parce que bon on en a parlé du coup. Alors, où c'est? Moi je réapprends le jeu, puis je m'amuse en même temps. Donc c'est pas là-dedans, c'est sac à dos, ça on va l'enlever. Tac, tac, micro directionnel. On n'en a pas besoin, enfin si peut-être. Tac. Alors, c'est con parce que tout ce qui est bouffe et autres, il va falloir le chercher. Et arriver à le voir. C'est un jeu où il faut vraiment arriver à voir les choses. Parce que tu peux pas te fier au sonar non plus. Tu es obligé de te fier à ce que tu vois toi. Il m'a parlé de pleurotes. Ce qui est bizarre, c'est que normalement, il devrait y en avoir, mais que je ne les ai pas trouvés. Alors là, à ce moment-là du jeu, dans le début, détecteur de mouvement, alors... m'expliquer pourquoi. Ah, d'accord. Si ah oui, je viens de comprendre un truc en fait. Voilà, en fait, si j'appuie sur R3, je peux regarder comme ça si j'ai envie. Mais si j'appuie de nouveau sur R3, ça me fait une vue où je regarde comme ça en fait. Normalement, je devrais pouvoir en avoir un. Tant pis, je pense pas que je puisse en avoir un. Je vais chercher des champis. Alors, par contre, tu m'expliques pourquoi je peux pas passer de l'autre côté. Alors ça, par contre, ça va être chiant. Si... Et bordel passe. Raté. Bon bah, il y en avait un là. Médicament vie. Ok. Bon, peut-être que plus tard je trouverai ces fameux champignons. Bon, pour le moment c'est pas obligatoire. Donc on prend ça, absolument, ça ira très bien. Par contre, j'aimerais bien voir dans le sac à dos ce camouflage. Ah, guérir, il n'y a pas encore, d'accord.
Camouflage is an indispensable tool when you're sneaking through the jungle. To use camouflage, first press the start button.
Ça, on est au courant.
Visibility is poor in the jungle, so you'll be finding yourself in a lot of unexpected encounters. Naturally, this means that close quarters combat will be more important than ever.
So I'll have plenty of chances to use CQC then.
That's right. In proximity encounters, firing a gun isn't necessarily the best response to every situation. It's only one option among many. Rather than taking the time to draw, aim, and fire a gun, engaging your opponent in hand-to-hand combat can sometimes be a faster and more reliable way of subduing him. Besides, in a sneaking mission like this one, it's too dangerous to go around firing your gun. You'll end up revealing yourself to the enemy.
Yeah, I know. You created CQC to deal with exactly this type of situation.
With your help, of course. In a battle situation, you'll only have a split second to decide how to attack. Use the weapon button to attack using a weapon, and the CQC button to attack using CQC. Press the CQC button once to throw a punch. Pressing it multiple times in succession will allow you to deliver a combo attack. But striking your opponent is just one aspect of CQC. It doesn't really start to shine until you've got your enemy in a hold. Press and hold down the CQC button to grab your opponent with your right hand. From there, you can use the left stick to knock your opponent off balance and throw him to the ground. This can be used to knock an opponent out in a single blow. If you don't press the left stick, grapple with your enemy until you're behind them and can get your knife to their throat. Grabbing an enemy from behind and holding your knife against his throat will render him virtually powerless. From this point, there are several things you can do. By double-clicking the left...
Oui, mais ça j'étais au courant. Putain, c'est l'explication de comment foutre un ennemi en l'air. Ça j'étais au courant. Hein.
You can only use CQC... I see you're wearing the tiger stripe camouflage. The tiger stripe pattern has been in use since 1959 among the South Vietnamese Marine Corps. But the pattern originated with the French. It's said that it developed out of the brushstroke pattern, also known as lizard camouflage. It provides some cover in trees and grass, but it's especially effective in earth and mud environments. You should find it useful when you're concealing yourself by crawling on the ground.
Ah, c'est ça qui m'intéressait en fait, parce qu'il m'a parlé de ça. Et des guns aussi.
Pistol currently in development by the Navy that's been modified by the CIA into a tranquilizer gun. The suppressor-equipped pistol it's derived from is itself being developed for use by special forces based on the M39.
The Mark 22.
That's what they're going to call it if they decide to adopt it for official use. It uses a slide lock mechanism that will keep the firing sound down to a minimum.
But I'll have to reload it by hand every time I fire, right?
Right. You won't be able to fire multiple shots at once, so make every shot count. Aim for the enemy's vital spots. There's talk of designing the Mark 22 to accommodate special subsonic rounds, but for this mission, you'll be using specifically designed tranquilizer rounds. In a way, these tranquilizer rounds are like miniature syringes. When one of them strikes a target, the impact causes a needle contained within to shoot out. At the same time, chemicals inside the round are mixed to create a gas, which pushes the plunger and injects the tranquilizer into the target. You can knock out an enemy immediately by shooting them in the head. But if you shoot them in the arm or leg, the tranquilizing agent will take some time to set in. Aim carefully. You're wearing the woodland face paint, I see. The woodland face paint is designed for use in forests. It'll give you a high level of camouflage in a wooded environment. Try using woodland paint when you're traveling through the forest.
Ouais, qu'il y a des trucs intéressants à savoir quand on parle avec le boss, puis on parlera avec quelqu'un d'autre plus tard. Du coup, je vais changer de truc, comme ça on le fait, puis c'est rigolo, puis comme ça on sait ce qu'elle en pense. Ah, ça, on va voir ce qu'elle pense du masque aussi, ça va être rigolo. Alors, noir.
I see you're wearing the black camouflage. People tend to associate black camo with night operations, but that's not always the case. Wearing all black when you're out in the forest at night makes your silhouette darker and more prominent, and you end up standing out instead. To get the most out of your camouflage, it's essential to choose a pattern that matches your surroundings, even at night. Don't forget that. Normally, you would ask a fellow soldier how well your camouflage is working. But this is a solo sneaking mission, so nobody out there is on your side. You have to determine how well your camouflage is working by yourself.
Yeah, I know.
Don't worry, that's what the camo index is for. The camo index tells you how well you've imitated the surroundings. The higher the index, the more well disguised you are. With a high enough camo index, you can even fool enemies inches away. If you are in an area where encounters are a high concern, keep your camo index high. Got it? In my day...
Attends,
That area is inhabited by Indian gavials. The Indian gavial is a crocodile that originally lived in freshwater regions in India and Nepal.
Why are Indian crocodiles way out here?
They're captive crocodiles that were brought here for research purposes but escaped and became wild again. Indian gavials are large creatures. Adult males grow to over 6 meters in length. You'll never catch one alive, even if you use the tranquilizer gun.
Got it. So, how do they...
Taste? Yes, I did look into that. You know what they always say. Tastes like chicken.
Sounds delicious.
But be careful when capturing an Indian gavial. Normally they're cowardly creatures, but the ones in the forest there are belligerent. Apparently they attack humans.
What do you mean?
They weren't the direct subject of any serious research, but some think they may have become violent as a side effect of the atomic research that was conducted nearby. Snake, you will encounter Baltic hornets' nests in that area. Baltic hornets are a variety of hornets that inhabit that area. The difference between them and other hornets is that they produce honey in their nests. Inside the nests are larvae, pupa, and adults. You can eat them all. In particular, the honey you find inside the nest is delicious and full of nutrients. It's easy to digest and helps pep you up when you're feeling tired. In short, it's the perfect survival food. Honey can also be used as a burn ointment. When honey is applied to a burn, it creates a protective coating over the skin. When you knock down a hornet's nest, a burn ointment will appear along with it, so don't forget to pick it up. Of course, the hornets aren't going to give up their nest without a fight. If you knock a nest down, a large swarm of hornets will come flying out, so be careful. The gauge below your...
Snake, do you see any tufts of grass?
Yeah,
What kind of grass?
just ordinary grass. Nothing special.
You should check it anyhow.
It's pretty thick grass, about waist high.
If you crawl into the grass, you can advance undercover. When you do, the camera automatically switches to intrusion view. If you want to stand up again, press and hold the crawl button once more. If you press the crawl button...
Ouais, on a compris. Cache-toi et fais gaffe. Et dans les hautes herbes, t'as rien à craindre, sauf si un garde te marche dessus, évidemment. Ça peut arriver. Si un garde te marche dessus, t'es un peu dans la merde. Alors, du coup, elle m'a pas parlé du masque, c'est bizarre.
Eat food to recover.
This is a...
Ok, donc le masque, apparemment ils en parlent que quand on a besoin de le mettre dans le jeu, ce qui est un peu con je trouve. Je sais même pas pourquoi ils l'ont mis dans cette édition, peut-être pour rigoler et puis avoir Raiden en tant que personnage, je sais pas. Donc je vais changer de camouflage parce que c'est bien. Il te parle des armes, mais il te parle aussi des camouflages, ils te disent d'où ça vient, comment ça s'est utilisé, etc. On va utiliser le carré pour rigoler, on va utiliser le noir, tiens, hop.
I see you're wearing the squares pattern camouflage. The squares camouflage consists of a series of squares, each varying slightly in color and shape from the next. It has the effect of making the contours of the person wearing it more difficult to distinguish. You'll find it especially useful against brick and rusted metal backgrounds. You're wearing black face paint, huh? Painting your face black will raise your camo index in dark areas. If you find yourself in any dark areas, make sure to use the black face paint.
Ensuite, on a le camouflage, forêt noir éclat, masque on verra plus tard. Ensuite, on a l'écorce d'arbre qui est vraiment pas mal, hein, d'une certaine manière. qui est pas mal. C'est vraiment, il y a beaucoup d'arbres, parce que ça fonctionne pas sinon. Alors du coup,
I see you're wearing the tree bark camouflage. The tree bark pattern was originally created for use by hunters. Unlike the somewhat abstract design seen in other patterns, tree bark is characterized by a design that resembles photographs of stumps and branches pasted together. It's especially good when you're pressed up against a tree. Choose battle fatigues that... It takes more... Camouflage...
ouais, c'est des trucs de didacticiel un peu chiant, donc c'est pour ça que je les passe, parce que je les connaissais déjà.
Camouflage since ancient times. But it's only quite recently, since the 18th century, that it's been applied to military operations. The first camouflage introduced to the military was a solid-colored uniform designed to blend in with the battlefield. It was really more of a protective coloring than true camouflage. Camouflage in the modern sense of the word wasn't introduced until the First World War. During that war, weapons such as aircraft, cannon, and warships were painted in camouflage colors. But it was almost never used to disguise individual soldiers. The widespread use of camouflage began in World War II. The Germans and the Russians in particular made active use of it in battle. Nowadays, with the Cold War raging, the Eastern Bloc has been hard at work developing all sorts of camouflage patterns. In the West, the French implemented it in their paratrooper corps, and SAS during the Wars of Independence in Indochina.
I never saw it used in Korea, though.
America has lagged behind other countries in incorporating camouflage. They're only just beginning to consider introducing it into certain units.
Why is that?
Apparently, there are those in the U.S. military who consider camouflage too passive a technique.
Morons.
You're telling me. But now more and more people are beginning to appreciate how useful and important camouflage can be. I'm sure the brass will see the light soon enough.
Il faut savoir aussi que ça se passe dans les années 80, le jeu, enfin 70-80, enfin durant la crise des nucléaires, la crise des missiles nucléaires de Cuba, donc juste un peu après. Donc tout ça c'est un petit peu nouveau dans le jeu, enfin dans l'univers du jeu en tout cas. Camouflage, uniforme, bon alors on va remettre ça parce que c'était très utile. Feuille, et puis ensuite on est parti.
I see you're wearing the leaf pattern camouflage. The leaf pattern was developed to provide cover in forest environments. The U.S. military isn't the only one using it. Countries that anticipate operating in forest environments are developing various types of patterns, each suited to the vegetation of the particular region. The Soviets and the Eastern European countries all use their own unique patterns. Leaf pattern camo will give you an especially low profile in areas of thick vegetation.
Ok, donc maintenant, je vais voir si je peux le faire en sauvegardant, parce que là, sac à dos, c'est pas ça du tout, camouflage, uniforme, j'avais choisi le rayure de tigre, bon c'est plus 10 pour celui-là, mais je m'en bats un peu les couilles. Ensuite, le camouflage pour la tête, on va mettre celui-là. Alors pour la sauvegarde aussi comment ça fonctionne.
Saving the game, Snake? Hey Snake, you ever heard of Godzilla King of Monsters?
No, what is it?
It's a movie. You haven't seen it?
Nope.
It's about this monster called Godzilla, who grows to an enormous size in a nuclear test and goes on a rampage in Tokyo.
Nuclear test, huh? Then the Marshall Islands must be crawling with giant monsters right about now.
It's just make-believe.
Maybe that's why my pants have been so tight lately.
Snake, it's a movie, not a report out of Los Alamos.
I know. So then what happened?
Godzilla is immune to all weapons, and humanity has no way to stop the monster. Dr. Shirazawa develops a new type of weapon, but meanwhile, Godzilla is getting closer and closer to Tokyo, obliterating everything in its path. It was originally a Japanese movie, but they made an American version, too. I recommend seeing the original Japanese one if you ever get the chance. It's mostly mindless fun, but it's also got a serious anti-nuke message as well.
Where can I see the original?
You'll just have to go to Japan.
Really? That's too bad.
Well, if you wait 40 years, you might be able to see it in America, too.
Why's that?
2004 will be Godzilla's 50th birthday.
You think they're still going to be making Godzilla movies then?
Of course! Everybody loves Godzilla.
You sure know a lot about movies.
I don't suppose you're the movie-watching type, are you?
Not really.
Okay, then I'll tell you everything I know. When the going gets tough, movies can save your life. It's always good to be able to look at things from a different perspective when you get in a jam. That's the magic of movies.
No kidding. Well, I guess it might at least make a nice distraction.
That's the spirit, Snake. Have a little fun.
Alors, on apprendra plus tard d'autres trucs sur les personnages. Et il est vrai que Paramédic, elle aime beaucoup les movies, les nouilles instantanées aussi d'ailleurs. Donc ça, je vais l'enlever parce que c'est ridicule. Voilà, hop. On en apprendra beaucoup sur les personnages, ce qui fait que quand on les appelle, ils auront un... Bon, on va enlever ça. Hein. Ils auront un quatrième... ils ont 4 images sur eux. Et il y en a une 5e qui apparaît quand tu connais un petit peu leur... Oula. Fais dodo. Ah, j'ai réussi à le prendre et à pas me prendre les c'est par là, à pas me prendre les insectes dans la gueule, c'est parfait.
Major, I've spotted 2 enemy soldiers.
They're probably KGB troops sent to guard Sokolov.
AK-47s and grenades.
Snake, your presence in Soviet territory is already a violation of international law. You can't let the Kremlin find out that the CIA and the American government are involved. Contact with the enemy is strictly prohibited. Don't engage them in battle either. This is a stealth mission. Got that?
The Major is right. The point of this mission is to sneak through the jungle without being seen. The success of the mission depends on how well you use your camouflage. Change your camouflage by selecting Camouflage from the Survival Viewer. The Uniform option lets you pick your uniform, while the Face option lets you change your face paint. Choosing camouflage that blends in with your surroundings will help you conceal yourself more effectively. Also, don't forget that anything that moves will stand out in the jungle. If you just stand up and run around like an idiot, you're bound to be spotted. But if you crawl instead, you should be able to sneak by without being noticed. You can see how effective your camouflage is by looking at the camo index. The camo index shows how well your current camouflage blends in with the surrounding area. The higher the value, the harder you are to spot, and vice versa. The key is to make yourself one with nature. Keep that in mind as you go along, okay?
Ok, bon, on va faire ça du coup. Alors, du coup, ici. MK22 munitions, super. Alors attends, parce que lui... Des grenades paralysantes, super. C'est pas ce que je voulais faire.
The enemy is close by.
Ouais, c'est bien, mais c'est pas ça que je cherchais.
Who's that? Ah! Radio, we need backup.
J'ai raté mon truc, c'est pas ça que je voulais faire moi. Hein. Oh, je me suis dit, bah ouais, merde.
What's wrong?
Lost the enemy. He must be hiding nearby. Hunt him down.
Voilà, ce que j'essayais de faire, et c'est très con, mais j'essayais de trouver un truc, c'est... Ça c'était bon, il n'y avait pas de problème. Je vais revenir là. Je vais faire un truc parce que c'est pas possible. J'ai dû passer quelque chose que j'ai dû oublier il y a très très longtemps, mais bon, vu que je suis sur une manette PS5, c'est différent. Donc ce que je vais faire, je vais passer là-bas.
To place a weapon on your person, go to the survival viewer, then backpack, then
Alors j'ai un peu foutu le jeu en main en l'air. Ah, mais il y a des trucs là. Normalement, il y avait une cinématique qui te montrait que tu pouvais tirer sur le nid. XM16E1, tenir en observation, ouais. Pentazémine, ok. Alors, c'est pas ça du tout. Sac à dos, arme, XM16. Ah, super. Grenade paralysante, super. Ah, puis il faut faire gaffe au nombre de poids que tu peux avoir sur toi. Donc, ouais, il y a des trucs que je ne vais pas utiliser, donc je vais pouvoir les enlever plus tard. Mais non, mais trop du cul. Ah, j'ai pas appuyé sur le bon bouton. Time Paradox, oui, on a compris que c'était Big Boss. C'est pas ça que je voulais voir, de toute façon, c'est un truc vite fait. Vu que je suis crevé, autant aller le vérifier maintenant, parce que ce que je voulais faire, c'était interroger des ennemis, interroger un ennemi, et j'ai pas réussi, je sais pas pourquoi. Ah, ouais, alors, hop. Viser, nager, roulade, point de vue, intrusion, grimper, intermédiaire. Ah, d'accord, je viens de comprendre du coup. Alors attends. Donc je vais sauvegarder là. Alors on va essayer d'en interroger un du coup. Donc ça on l'avait déjà vu. On va attendre qu'il s'avance en fait. Pour pouvoir aller l'interroger gentiment juste après. Parce que ouais, il faut que je réapprenne tout hein, sur le jeu. Putain. Alors du coup. Mais allez, tu vas la péter cette saloperie de radio ou ça se passe comment? Merci. Voilà, grenade paralysante. Je vais aller pisser un coup, j'arrive tout de suite. Ah, ben voilà, c'est parti. Donc, on va essayer de l'interroger en faisant ça correctement. Ouais, alors ça par contre... Ouais, j'arrive plus à l'entendre, donc alors attends. Ah, je m'en fous, je teste, hein, voir si j'ai pas oublié les choses. Où sont les missiles trophées obtenus?
Speak. Let go of me. Answer me. Speak. Answer me. Speak. Answer me. We won't hand over Sokolov.
Il va falloir que je vois comment on les zigouille en fait. Parce que je ne me rappelle plus. Que je voyais après en fait. Ah, la petite cinématique qu'on avait ratée tout à l'heure.
I hear something. There's nothing here.
Sokolov should be at the abandoned factory to the north, so head in that direction.
Camouflage is an visibility. You can only I see you're wearing the tiger stripe cam. The weapon you're equipped with now is called the XM16E1. It's a new type of rifle currently being developed by the U.S. Army.
If it's still in development, then what's it doing here?
My guess is they captured it when it was being battle-tested in Southeast Asia. But the one you've got there is quite a bit different from the ones I've been hearing about. For one thing, it's camo-painted, and it's fitted with a 3-shot burst mechanism. It even looks like you could attach a suppressor. All of these modifications are geared towards jungle combat. This doesn't look like the work of the Soviets. My guess is they were added on site by an American gunsmith during Army field trials. Open the weapon window and press the Enter button to attach or remove the suppressor. Press the Action button to switch between semi-auto, full auto, and 3-shot burst modes. Make use of each of these functions as the situation warrants.
D'accord. Donc ça, on le sait, du coup. Désolé, j'avais coupé le micro. La grenade. Qui est quand même sacrément différente des grenades de base. Hein. Toute petite grenade dans les mains. Voilà, grenade paralysante, d'accord, elle est plus grosse.
I see you found yourself an RGD-5. RGD stands for Rochnaya Granata Degtyaryeva in Russian. It basically means hand grenade of the Degtyaryov design. It's the standard issue blast fragmentation grenade of the Soviet Army.
It's lighter than the M26.
And it carries fewer explosives as well. But I'd say it's more or less equal to an M26 in terms of performance. Be careful though, the safety pin ring is on the opposite side. You'll be fine as long as you keep the safety lever pressed down with your finger.
I'll keep that in mind.
Blast fragmentation grenades use a combination of blast and shrapnel to kill their targets. This makes them effective against standing targets, but significantly less effective against targets lying on the ground. Remember that. That's certainly a strange-looking grenade you've got there.
Yeah, I've never seen one like this. What is it?
It must be a new type of grenade developed by the Russians. From what I can tell, it's a non-lethal weapon that uses a flash of light and intense sound to overpower the senses of human targets. You can probably use that grenade to knock out the enemy without killing them. It might prove useful.
Il me semble aussi dans le jeu qu'il y a un truc particulier. On les balance là. Si on regarde pas droit dans les yeux, voilà, c'est ça en fait. Si tu les regardes pas droit dans les yeux, le flash il est moindre. Ils ont fait ça exprès pour le jeu. Du coup, qu'est-ce que j'avais d'autre?
I see you're using the Easy Gun. The Easy Gun is a silent tranquilizer gun for special ops use, developed for Fox by the CIA's technology division.
A silence tranquilizer gun? I don't see a suppressor on here.
Apparently, the tranquilizer rounds themselves are designed to suppress the sound.
Interesting. In other words, I won't have to worry about the suppressor wearing out on me, right?
That's right. It's also equipped with a laser sight, so that you can make accurate shots even at a distance. In addition, merely equipping the Easy Gun should have a positive effect on your camo index. I've even heard it helps you recover your stamina. Put it to good use.
Bon, c'est pour les gens comme moi qui veulent juste voler le camouflage des boss. Et aussi ne pas trop s'emmerder parce que je redécouvre le jeu. Et franchement, ce jeu-là, avec les différences de manettes et autres qu'ils ont fait avec, je suis un petit peu perdu. Donc ce que je vais faire, alors attendez, parce qu'il y a un truc qui m'emmerde. Oui, il faut sauvegarder, s'il te plaît, merci. Ici. C'est un truc que j'aurais dû voir, même en explication de la part de Big Boss, de The Boss, j'aurais pas compris.
Nope, never heard of it.
These scientists are investigating a place deep in the Amazon called the Black Lagoon, and they get picked off one after the other by this fishman thing. And there was this scene when the heroine is going for a swim and the creature sneaks up on her from underwater. Oh, I thought my heart was going to stop. I mean, of course, the 3D effects in It Came from Outer Space were a lot more intense, but...
It wouldn't be referring to you coming from outer space, would it?
How rude! Why do you say that?
Because no one on Earth could be as charming as you.
Fine. I'll just get to the point, Snake. Be careful of what's around you when you're in the water. Just imagining you swimming in those jungle rivers makes me think of you being attacked by a fish man.
I appreciate the concern.
Fishmen aren't the only things that'll attack you in the water. Really be careful out there.
Okay.
And don't be attacking any pretty girls going for a swim, either.
Are you calling me a fish man?
You started it.
D'accord, la drague lourde de père en fils. De... ah, il la tient de Big Boss, la drague lourde, même si c'est un clone. Donc, du coup, je voulais recharger. Pour la simple et bonne raison... Attends. Tu te fous de ma gueule, là? Alors, attends. Camouflage, option. Retour à l'écran titre. Oui, merci beaucoup. Je veux voir un truc avant. J'avance lentement, je sais, mais bon, c'est pas grave, c'est des choses qui arrivent. Puis c'est de la redécouverte, hein, je l'ai dit, et je l'ai mis dans le titre. Mais là, il y a un truc qui m'emmerde, c'est l'interrogation, c'est qu'après, je veux les zigouiller, les mecs, c'est pas, je veux pas les... Alors, spécial, action de base, intermédiaire, égorgé, du coup, ça se passe comment? Alors... L2, t'es sûr de ça? C'est bizarre, L2 je l'utilisais pour l'interroger et pas pour le... C'est peut-être dans les options, ça se trouve. Options, non. Allez, charge, on va essayer, puis on verra très bien. Oula, minute, option, il y a un truc qui me dérange. Normal, inversé, merci. Alors, regarde en haut, regarde en bas. Bon, peut-être que c'est moi qui était... à chaque fois je les change, à chaque fois je me sens bizarre, ok. Donc, ici, sac à dos, parce que je vais sauvegarder, normalement je devrais avoir le gun. Grenade paralysante, oui, mais pas le... C'est bizarre ça.
Watch out for hornets around here.
Speak. Speak. I shot down a hornet's nest and got stung.
Rasage de près, d'accord, c'est triangle. Oula. ici. Et comme ça, au moins, je pourrais déjà les goûter. Comme ça, au moins, il connaîtra déjà le goût. Alors, du coup... Coprin noir d'encre. Bon, ça aura pris du temps, mais au moins je vérifie. Hein. Au moins je sais comment interroger les mecs. Ce qui est très con, je trouve. Donc en gros, interroger, c'est rond pour les attraper, mais les attraper bien en fait. Il faut maintenir rond. Ensuite c'est L2 pour pour lever le couteau pour les interroger. Triangle pour les égorger. Je trouve ça débile, mais c'est bizarre. Donc il a dit que c'était dégueulasse.
I see you've got yourself a Baltic hornet's nest. Baltic hornets are a variety of hornets that inhabit that area. The difference between them and other hornets is that they produce honey in their nests. Inside the nests are larvae, pupa, and adults. You can eat them all. In particular, the honey you find inside the nest is delicious and full of nutrients. It's easy to digest and helps pep you up when you're feeling tired. In short, it's the perfect survival food. Honey can also be used as a burn ointment. When honey is applied to a burn, it creates a protective coating over the skin. When you knock down a hornet's nest, a burn ointment will appear along with it, so don't forget to pick it up. Of course, the hornets aren't going to give up their nest without a fight. If you knock a nest down, a large swarm of hornets will come flying out. So be careful. I see you found some Siberian inkcap mushrooms. The Siberian inkcap is a mushroom from the inkcap family. Its life cycle is transitory. As soon as the spores mature, the cap starts to turn black, liquefy, and melt away.
And that's why they call it an ink cap?
That's right. It doesn't really turn to liquid, but you get the idea. In its immature state, before it melts away, it's valued as a source of food.
I ate some, but they weren't that good.
Really? Just be sure not to eat them while you're drinking alcohol.
Why's that?
Ink caps contain coprin, which inhibits the function of aldehyde dehydrogenase. This prevents the body from breaking down alcohol, causing a buildup of acetaldehyde.
Meaning?
Meaning it will give you the hangover from hell.
Oh. Wait a minute.
What?
You think I'd drink alcohol in the middle of a mission?
Wouldn't you?
Hell no.
Well, I'm knocking a shot back now.
What?
Just teasing you. Oh, come on. Where's your sense of humor?
I need a drink.
Bah, bois de l'eau. Du coup... il y avait d'autres choses que je devais... Ouais. Le fameux cigare.
Sokolov should be at the Snake?
Encore une fois, peut-être que c'est pas la bonne chose.
Snake, that
The gauge below your... Snake,
What?
are you smoking a cigarette?
Nope.
Yes, you are.
It's not a cigarette. It's a cigar.
Same thing.
Not at all. In fact, there's a world of difference. There's nothing quite like the rich smell and mellow flavor of a cigar. And that thick, luxurious smoke is almost sensual when it...
Yeah, whatever. You know something?
Probably not, but I don't want to hear it.
Well, you don't have a choice. Cigarettes are bad for you.
It's not a cigarette, it's a...
Quiet, you. Smoking is bad for you. In a recent study, scientists found that tobacco smoke is full of carcinogenic substances, like nitrosamines. You know what that means? It means you're going to give yourself lung cancer if you keep on smoking.
But that's just what some scientists think, right?
Oh, give me a break.
I heard it was just a bunch of hoo-ha.
Do you really believe that?
Sure.
God, you're gullible. You ought to read this year's report from the Surgeon General. It proves beyond a shadow of a doubt that smoking causes lung cancer. Pretty soon the whole world will know that smoking is bad for you. Better quit now before it's too late.
What?
And don't tell me cigar smoke is harmless because it doesn't go down into your lungs. It just means the cancer shows up in a different place. Got it?
Yeah.
Bon, c'est vrai que dans le jeu, on est en 1964 et du coup, le fait que la cigarette donnait le cancer, c'était pas encore un truc qui était démocratisé. Personne n'y croyait en fait. Et tout le monde fumait comme des pompiers. Donc c'était un peu normal. Alors, du coup, ça c'est fait. Et on peut y aller.
Major, I've reached the abandoned factory where Sokolov is supposedly being held. This place is a dump. I can't see Sokolov from here. The security is pretty tight. There are sentries posted around the perimeter. I wonder how many are inside.
Your objective, Sokolov, is inside the factory. They should be holding him in a room in the northeast section.
Northeast section. Got it.
Be careful. Your mission is to bring Sokolov back alive. He must not be exposed to any kind of danger. And do not approach Sokolov while in the alert phase.
Right.
Oh, and one more thing, Snake.
You mean there's more?
No, it's just that when you get to Sokolov, I want you to tell him something from me.
And that is?
Sorry for being so late.
Is that all?
Yes.
Understood. Beginning my approach to the target.
Snake, Sokolov is imprisoned in the northeast area of the factory.
Got it. To the northeast.
Yes, and don't engage the enemy. The object of this mission is to bring Sokolov back safely and nothing more. Contact Sokolov without being spotted by the enemy and bring him out discreetly. If you must dispose of an enemy, do it with the tranquilizer gun. Snake, as I said before, this mission is only to bring Sokolov back safely. You must not put Sokolov in danger. You're not allowed to contact him during the alert phase. Period. Snake, when you're your action.
Rien sur le fait que j'arrive pas à contacter The Boss.
Snake.
Huh? HQ.
This is HQ.
Control here.
Ah, c'est qu'il y en a deux là en plus. Ouais, bon, on va attendre que l'alerte se calme. Ah, il est con, lui. Ah, il est vraiment très con. M37, fusil à pompe de calibre 12, super. Attends, c'est quoi ça? Nourriture, sac à dos. Ah, grenade paralysante. Bleu, grenade. Non, ça c'est quoi ça? Grenade paralysante, oui. Grenade de particules métalliques, d'accord, c'est pour ouais, les chargeants, on s'en bat les couilles. Avec des équipements supplémentaires, impossible de équiper une option, oui, on a compris. Donc on a trop sur le dos, c'est ça? Donc c'est soit l'un, soit l'autre. Ouais, au bout d'un moment, il va falloir faire gaffe au nombre de choses qu'on a sur le dos, sinon ça passe pas. Par rapport aux autres trucs, il y a des choses dont je me bats les couilles. Le sonar actif, j'utiliserai jamais. Le capteur antipersonnel non plus. Ah ouais, quand même, il est lourd le machin. Il pèse 1,5 kg, d'accord. Le détecteur de mouvement, je vais le garder au cas où si je veux trouver des animaux. Le cigare aussi pour la rigolade. Le pentazémine, ouais, médicament de vie. Médicament de vie. Ah oui, je vois ce que c'est ce truc. Bon, on n'en aura pas besoin, on aura la bouffe pour ça. Pentazémine, un antidépresseur à la benzo, ça, traite des équilibres autonomes. Oui, ça, je vois ce que c'est aussi. Comme ça, il n'y aura aucun appel de qui que ce soit. bon bah vas-y, fais le con. Oh non de Zeus. On recherche des trucs parce que normalement il y a des choses qui sont cachées dans le coin. Donc ici. Oh, on pourrait pousser ça si on voulait, mais bon, on va pas foutre le bordel plus que de raison non plus. Ah mais tu passes... Sérieux, tu passes pas de l'autre côté? Là il peut, mais là il le fait pas. Alors, les cages pleines de nourriture. Les cages, c'était quoi? Python, réticulé. On va en bouffer un. Et les rats, il me semble que c'est pas bon. Ah non, il a bien aimé, ok. On récupère un rat vivant, c'est parfait. Moi, j'essaie de voir s'il n'y a pas d'autres trucs là-dedans. Apparemment, il n'y a pas d'autre chose. Je pense que c'est dans la deuxième partie de la mission qu'on va avoir d'autres trucs. Médicaments de vie, d'accord.
You must be Sokolov.
Are you one of Volgin's men? You'll never get it from me.
No. I'm a CIA agent. I've come to escort you back to the other side of the Iron Curtain.
You're CIA?
Yeah. I was sent by Major Zero, the man who got you out 2 years ago.
Zero?
I have a message from him.
What is it?
He said to tell you sorry for being so late.
Did he now?
What does it mean?
It means he's a man of his word. But we've got no time for this. You have to get me out of here before they arrive.
Who's they?
Colonel Volgin of GRU. You in the West know him as Thunderbolt.
Thunderbolt? Never heard of him.
He's a member of the Army's extremist faction, a man who seeks to seize control of the motherland. Ever since the Cuban Missile Crisis 2 years ago, Khrushchev has been pursuing a policy of peaceful coexistence with the West. Despite resistance and criticism from hawks in the army and the provincial authorities, Khrushchev has managed to suppress the opposition so far. But the failure of his agricultural policies has put him in a precarious position. And on top of that, the tragedy last November.
President Kennedy's assassination.
Precisely. In a sense, Khrushchev has lost his biggest partner, and his power base is rapidly crumbling away. A certain group is plotting to use this opportunity to seize power by rallying the anti-government forces, overthrowing Khrushchev, and installing Brezhnev and Kosygin in his place. The mastermind behind this plot is Colonel Volgin of the GRU. He has control over another secret weapons research facility much like this one, OKB-812, known as the Granin Design Bureau, and is using it to further his plans. But that is not enough to satisfy him. Now he's plotting to seize the secret weapon I have been developing here and use it as leverage in his bid for power. The intelligence says that they are going to make their move during the test.
Then, the soldiers outside.
Exactly. They wouldn't need that many men just to keep me inside. Their orders were to prevent Colonel Volgin from capturing me. Even if it meant killing me in the process, or so it would seem. Volgin will come, I'm sure of it. You must get me out of here before then.
Leave it to me.
By the way, your Russian is superb. Where did you learn to speak it?
From my mentor.
Is that so? America is truly a frightening country.
Having second thoughts?
No. I have no love for this place. Let's go.
Major, this is Snake. Sokolov is safe with me. He's doing fine. No injuries.
Good work, Snake. Now hurry up and get Sokolov to the recovery point. We'll rendezvous with you there.
Roger.
What about the sentries?
I had to kill them. There was no other way. But no one will know we were involved.
I see.
What about the boss?
We lost contact with the boss some time ago.
What happened?
It's probably just a weak signal. Just hurry and get Sokolov out of there.
Faux, j'en ai tué aucun. Ah bon, à part un vers le pont, mais bon.
Freeze!
So this is the legendary boss.
Huh?
Huh? We meet at last.
You're from the Ocelot unit of Spetsnaz.
Huh.
What's a GRU soldier doing here?
Soldier?
He's the Ocelot commander.
Ha! That's Major Ocelot to you. And don't you forget it.
Sokolov is ours. Now get out of here.
And Ocelot never lets his prey escape.
What?
I can't say it feels good to kill a comrade, even if it is for the GRU.
Sokolov, take cover.
Huh. You're not the boss, are you?
GRU operatives?
What is that stance? Huh. That gun. If you're not the boss, then die.
Major! Leave it! Shoot the other one! Whoa!
You ejected the first bullet by hand, didn't you? I see what you were trying to do. But testing a technique you've only heard about in the middle of battle wasn't very smart. You were asking to have your gun jam on you. Huh? Besides, I don't think you're cut out for an automatic in the first place. You tend to twist your elbow to absorb the recoil. That's more of a revolver technique.
You filthy American dog!
But that was some fancy shooting. You're pretty good.
Pretty good.
Major, do you read me?
I read you. Snake, you all right?
I've run into a few snags. These guys were after Sokolov too. Apparently they were taking orders from a GRU colonel named Volgan.
A GRU colonel?
Part of an internal Soviet power struggle, according to Sokolov. Something between the KGB and GRU. Between Khrushchev's supporters and Volgan's.
Sokolov was being guarded by the KGB and hunted by GRU? Snake, it sounds like this could be even hotter than Cuba.
I don't like it. Something about the whole thing stinks.
I agree. You'd better hurry.
Sokolov ran off by himself, but I'll catch up to him.
We're counting on you.
Un trophée obtenu, débutant. Il y a aussi un autre truc si on le bute. Ça va provoquer quelque chose. Du coup, ce que je vais faire... bon, de toute façon, je m'attends pas à avoir un super score à la fin, donc...
Saving the game, Snake?
Allez, c'est parti. Oui, tu veux bien, s'il te plaît, merci.
Snake, have you heard of It Came from Outer Space?
Yeah, you told me already.
So this astronomer sees a meteor, but it's really an alien spaceship, right? And the aliens start replacing the townspeople with clones and forcing them to help repair the ship. The 3D effects were quite realistic.
I've got all the real I can handle here in the jungle.
No, you don't get it. Precisely because it's realistic, with the images jumping out of the screen at you, it makes for a nice escape from reality. I have to admit it made my eyes tired, but it was really intense. Unfortunately, they don't make very many of those movies anymore.
When did it come out?
I was still in college, so probably about 10 years ago?
Guess I'm out of luck then.
You know, they're coming out with household versions of video cassette recorders. One day you'll be able to see old movies anytime you want. It'll be like having a movie theater in your own home.
Really?
It's like if you had a record with movie film etched onto it instead of music. It'll work the same way.
You're kidding.
No, really. And someday they might make movies where you control the characters yourself.
Sounds like magic.
It'll happen. Make sure you stay alive to see it, Snake.
Ah, j'aime bien comme elle avait parlé aussi de Godzilla, comme quoi elle disait « Ah, mais les films de Godzilla sera toujours d'actualité ». Ça l'est toujours, hein, il y a même un nouveau film qui va sortir dessus. Donc...
Snake, stay alert. The KGB and GRU both have their sights set on Sokolov. GRU is a military espionage outfit, the intelligence wing of the Soviet Defense Ministry's General Staff Office. It competes with the KGB, which is under the Ministry of Internal Affairs, and the two are always watching each other.
Never let the left hand know what the right hand is doing.
Exactly. Now, added to that rivalry, there's a vicious power struggle going on between the Khrushchev faction and the anti-Khrushchev faction.
So Khrushchev is using the KGB, and Volgan and the anti-Khrushchev forces are using the GRU?
That's the idea. The two factions are fighting over Sokolov. We're in an extremely dangerous situation here.
Yeah, I'm aware of that.
Get Sokolov out of there safely. He must not be turned over to the KGB or to the GRU. Sokolov took off in the direction of the rope bridge. Get after him. Hurry!
Major, have you been able to contact the boss?
No.
You really think it's bad reception?
We're looking into it.
Major.
Snake, you've got more important things to worry about than contacting the boss. Right now, Sokolov is out there wandering around the jungle alone. What are you going to do if he gets caught by the enemy? We're still looking into why we lost contact with the boss. I'll let you know as soon as we find anything out. In the meantime, it's your job to find Sokolov and get him to safety. Got it?
Major, do you know anything about this GRU colonel Sokolov was talking about?
Yes.
Who is he?
A most dangerous man indeed. His name is Yevgeny Borisovich Volgin. His code name in the West is Thunderbolt. He's gained a reputation as the most brutal and cold-blooded of the Soviet spy masters. During the war, Volgin was assigned to the domestic branch of the NKVD. He was stationed in the rear of the Soviet line to catch and punish any troops who tried to retreat or desert. He's also notorious for his accomplishments in anti-guerrilla operations in the Ukraine and the Baltic states. Apparently, he likes to boast that he disposed of over 100,000 anti-communists. We also know that he was instrumental in putting down the 1953 insurrection in East Germany and the 1956 uprising in Hungary. He is truly a fearsome man. There's no telling what he might be plotting. Be careful.
I will. Major, what's this Grand and Design Bureau Sokolov was talking about?
OKB 812. It's the same type of top-secret facility as Sokolov's own OKB 754. The director is a man by the name of Alexander Leonovich Granin. He's Sokolov's arch-rival, and the two have competed fiercely against each other since the days of the war. To hear Sokolov tell it, though, the rivalry was really all in Granin's head. In any case, Granin seems to harbor an unusually intense hatred for Sokolov. Knowing that Sokolov was protected under the aegis of Khrushchev, Granin threw in his lot with Volgin, the vanguard of the anti-Khrushchev movement. Apparently, Granin meant to use the funds provided by these opposition forces in order to defeat his old foe. Volgin, for his part, was intrigued by the possibility of using the high-tech weapons Granin created in the fight against Khrushchev. Thus, the two formed an alliance, and Volgin took the Granin Design Bureau under his control.
But now Volgin's got his sights set on Sokolov.
Yes, it would seem that he and Granin aren't getting along so well after all. By the way, Snake, what were you doing back there?
Back where?
You were giving some kind of advice to a GRU commander, weren't you?
Yeah.
He's your enemy. What the hell were you thinking?
Really? What was all that about doing the thing with your hand on the first round or whatever?
Whenever he put a new clip in his gun, he'd always load the first round by hand, whether there was a round left in the chamber or not. It's a technique they teach in the Middle East. By making sure there's always a round in the chamber, you eliminate the risk of pulling the trigger with nothing to fire. He must have heard about it from someone or read it somewhere. In any case, he probably wanted to try it out for himself. And he was obviously motivated by vanity to show off his new technique. That's when you make mistakes. The battlefield is an unforgiving place. The only techniques you can rely on are the ones you've mastered through experience and practice.
Uh-huh. And what were you saying about him being more suited to revolvers?
When he fired, he was bending his elbow sharply to avoid the recoil. It looked like he wasn't aware he was doing it, but that habit can be either a fatal flaw or a gift.
What do you mean?
Automatic weapons use recoil to operate, so if you don't let the recoil hit you, it interferes with the operating cycle of the gun. Basically, he shouldn't be trying to avoid the impact like that. But with a revolver, there's no need to let the recoil hit you. Just the opposite. Avoiding the recoil lets you reduce the strain on your hand and arm. That kid might just be handy with a high-caliber revolver.
Handy? Are you listening to yourself?
What do you mean?
He's the enemy. Why are you giving him advice? Snake.
I don't know. For some reason, I couldn't help but point it out to him.
Snake, are you all right?
Yeah.
C'est un peu péter le quatrième mur du genre « Ah, mais c'était le destin » ou un truc comme ça que je lui apprenne qu'il devait utiliser des guns pour que plus tard il s'appelait Revolver Ocelot. C'est un peu con, mais voilà.
Snake, making it.
Donc le gain, option, non c'est pas ça du tout. Un sac à dos, je vais lui exploser la gueule et puis vous allez voir ce que ça va provoquer du coup. Bah bon, on va faire une sauvegarde parce que sinon ça va pas aller.
Do you want to save?
Donc ouais, toujours très facile pour avoir le easy gun, pour pouvoir tirer sur les boss sans trop de problèmes et avoir leur camouflage. Sauf pour The End, donc vous allez comprendre pourquoi.
No, can't say I have.
It's about this expedition that goes to the planet Altair 4 in an ultra-fast spaceship. When they arrive, they meet the survivor of the last expedition, Dr. Morbius. Dr. Morbius was exploring the planet along with his daughter Altera and the versatile Robbie the robot. Ignoring the doctor's warnings, the expedition team is suddenly attacked by an invisible creature called the Monster from the Id. The special effects they used for the science stuff were really neat. I wish I had a robot like Robbie that could make anything I wanted it to.
I'm more interested in that invisible monster. If I were invisible, I wouldn't have to bother hiding or wearing camouflage.
Maybe someday you'll be able to turn invisible.
Yeah, that'll be the day.
Dans ce jeu, justement, pour avoir le camouflage optique, il faut tirer sur des petites grenouilles. Qui sont trouvables un peu partout dans le jeu. Sauf que... Problème résolu, série terminée, trophée obtenu.
Snake, you can't do that. The future will change. You'll create a time paradox.
Et là, t'as le colonel Campbell qui te parle. Donc, trophée obtenu, problème résolu, série terminée. C'est parce que t'as tué Ocelot. Et il fallait pas. Ah, du coup, si j'utilise... Oh bah non. On va se barrer. Et on va y aller. Je réapprends à jouer au jeu en même temps, du coup. C'est pour ça que ça prend du temps. Et puis j'aime bien les faire parler pour avoir des petites informations en plus. Surtout pour les objets. Je vais faire comme les autres Metal Gear Solid. Hein. Je vais continuer. C'est à partir de Metal Gear Solid 4 qu'ils le font plus.
You okay? Those men were from the Ocelot unit.
Spetsnaz?
Yes. The best GRU has to offer. They're coming for me. I'm finished.
Calm down. I'll get you out of here, I promise. And we've got some of the best backup we could ask for.
Look.
That's what they were making you build?
Yes. The Shagohod. The treading behemoth. A tank capable of launching nuclear IRBMs.
It can launch nuclear missiles from that kind of terrain?
Oh, yes. And without support from friendly units.
A nuclear-equipped tank capable of operating solo. Is that thing finished?
No. This is only the end of Phase 1. It won't be truly finished until we complete Phase 2.
Phase 2?
The weapon's true form. If it is completed and the Colonel gets his hands on it, it will mean the end of the Cold War.
The end of the Cold War?
Yes. And then the Age of Fear will truly begin.
A world war.
I had no choice but to cooperate. I didn't want to die. I wanted to see my wife and child again in America. Please, take me to America, quickly. They cannot complete it without my help.
Got it. Let's go. boss.
Good work, Jack.
What are you doing here?
Sokolov comes with me.
Hornets.
My friends, let us fight together again.
I have waited long for this day.
We will fight with you once more. Welcome back, boss.
Now that all 5 of us are together, it's time we go to the depths of hell itself. It's raining blood. Is he crying?
Kuwabara, Kuwabara. Ah, what a joyful scene.
Colonel Vogan.
Welcome to my country. And to my unit.
Boss, what is this?
I'm defecting to the Soviet Union. Sokolov is a little gift from my new hosts.
Recoilless nuclear warheads. These will make a fine gift for me.
This can't be happening.
Who is he? Another one of your disciples? Are we taking him with us?
No, this one is still just a child. Too pure for us Cobras. He has not yet found an emotion to carry into battle.
What are you talking about?
Think you can pull the trigger?
He's seen my face. We can't let him live. If Khrushchev finds out about this, we're finished. He must die.
Wait. He's my apprentice. I'll take care of him. Jack, you can't come with us.
blood has been rejected.
Are we done here?
Now, on to Sokolov's research facility.
Shagohod is ours.
Drift away. My place is with them now.
Snake, can you hear me?
Yeah. Just barely.
Snake, listen to me. You need emergency medical treatment. Can you move? You've got to get those wounds treated. Hang in there. All right, let's get you fixed up. Paramedic?
Okay, Snake. Just relax and it'll all be over before you know it. Stay with me. I've seen people in worse shape before. Think you can handle it?
Major. The boss. She's defected.
We'll talk about that later. First, we've got to get you patched up.
Okay, here we go. First, open the survival viewer with the start button. If you select cure, you can start the treatment. Healing is divided into treatment using medicine with the item window button and surgical treatment using the weapon window button. Your injuries include a fractured left elbow and rib bone, and lacerations on your upper arms, right elbow, and abdomen. They need to be fixed using surgical treatment. Move the healing cursor with the left stick to the affected part of your body. Once you've selected the affected area, hold the weapon window button and use the left stick to select the medical item, and then press the enter button. With this method, you can use items to help your recovery process. To treat a bone fracture, first secure the affected area with a fastener and then wrap it in bandages. That should do it. For lacerations, you'll need disinfectant to clean the wound, sutures to stitch it up, styptic to slow the flow of blood, and bandages to wrap the wound. If you do everything I mentioned, the wound should heal completely. Understood?
Yeah.
Stay with me. Go into the survival viewer and treat those wounds.
Ah, c'est parti pour se soigner, du coup. Alors, du coup... Conditions du coup pour saignement, aucun pansement utilisé. D'accord, donc on va utiliser... On va utiliser... C'est fait. Ensuite, on va se fracturer, aucun pansement utilisé. Donc, pansement à tel. Pansement à tel. Saignement. Désinfectant, styptique, pansement, suture. Saignement, aucun. Plus profond, saignement. Il n'y a pas besoin de faire dans l'ordre en plus, c'est ça qui est con. Alors, du coup, là, c'était. Saignement. Ok. Alors que tu peux mettre là et le pansement ensuite. C'est con, je trouve, mais voilà quoi.
Good job, Snake.
We're coming to get you now. Just stay where you are. We'll drop a recovery balloon. Can you set it up?
Excellent. A great success. Thanks to the boss and her cobras, I have both Sokolov and the Shagohod.
What are we going to do with the girl?
Who is she?
Apparently she's Sokolov's woman.
She's a nice catch. I'll take her. Not so fast, my dear. A kiss of death?
Are you KGB?
We may be able to use her. She has spunk.
Shall we take her back to the base?
Perhaps we should. We have no further use for Sokolov's research facility. I think it's time I gave this marvelous new toy a try.
Colonel, even if they are our enemies, they're still our countrymen.
But it won't be me that pulled the trigger. It'll be our friend, the American defector.
You're going to nuke your fellow Russians?
Remember the Alamo.
Colonel!
Ah, c'est vrai, il fallait sauvegarder les données à partir de là. Alors, du coup, hop là, putain, mes yeux, c'était horrible comme c'était blanc. Ah, puis la possibilité d'appuyer sur R1 pour faire Snake Eater. Et de changer certains trucs aussi, parce qu'avec R3 on pouvait changer les trucs, comme ça par exemple. On a droit à un truc un peu à la James Bond, c'est pas mal, vu ce qui va se passer pour la suite.
Currently flying over the Arctic Ocean, altitude 30,000 feet, approaching Soviet airspace. Arriving at the designated drone launch point. Drone oil pressure and voltage are nominal. Payload oxygen supply is nominal. Power supply to payload antifreeze system shows no problems. No gusts. All systems go for drone detachment.
Snake, we can't risk a halo jump this time around. Airspace security has gotten tighter since we were last here. We can't get as close to the ground as we did during the Vertueuse mission. So instead, we'll be using one of our newest weapons. Snake, you're being given an honor on par with Alan Shepard. This is our last chance. Show your patriotism. If you fail, you'll be back in a hospital bed again, waiting for the firing squad. So how does it feel to be a patient in one of the most advanced ICUs in the world?
Would you do me a favor and tell the suits about visiting hours? I'll never get better with them assaulting me day and night with their questions.
Must be part of the top brass's inquiry.
More like an interrogation. According to them, I'm a traitor and an accomplice to the boss's defection.
They're just looking for a scapegoat.
Does that mean they're after you, too?
Let's just say neither one of us is going to be made a national hero out of this.
Does this mean Fox is going to die?
No. This Fox is still one step ahead of the Hounds. The reason I came to see you today... Jack, it's time for Fox to clear its name.
What are you talking about?
The situation has changed. We've still got a chance to come out of this one alive.
Yeah, what kind of chance?
Don't get too excited. Here, have a cigar. It's Cuban. This morning, I had a meeting with the CIA.
They decided when they're going to execute us?
No. Something even bigger. Yesterday, the White House received an unexpected call.
President Johnson?
Yes, I hear you, Mr. Chairman.
It was a hotline call from Khrushchev to President Johnson.
From the head of the Soviet Union?
That's right.
A few days ago, one of our country's main design bureaus, OKB 754, was destroyed in a nuclear explosion. At about the same time, our anti-aircraft radar picked up a signature that appeared to come from one of your military aircraft. Does any of this sound familiar to you? In retaliation, I have placed our armed forces on secondary alert. Depending on your response, I may be left with no choice but to order the military to maximum alert and unleash Armageddon. With the help of your predecessor, I was able to survive the Cuban incident. But my power is not as great as it once was. If I am to survive this crisis, I must have your full cooperation.
I should have contacted you myself. Did you know that one of our soldiers defected to your country a week ago?
No.
So you haven't heard then? The man who arranged the defection was a GRU colonel by the name of Yevgeny Borisovich Volgin.
Volgin? Of the Brezhnev faction. Go on. Who is the soldier?
Her name is the Boss. She's a living legend. During World War II, she was the one who led us to victory in that war. In Russia, you know her as Voyevoda.
You mean the Boss? The mother of your special forces?
Yes, that's the one. And she took 2 miniature nuclear shells along with her.
The Boss took 2 miniature nuclear shells?
I'm afraid so. I believe they were a gift for her new hosts. The Davy Crockett Atomic Battle Group delivery system was completed 2 years ago. Serious problems were found with the launcher's range and precision. Although they were mass-produced, they've never been deployed in battle.
But Sokolov's research facility was completely wiped out. The whole area is polluted.
I can only offer you my deepest condolences over this terrible tragedy.
So, the Boss, with Colonel Volgin's help, stole 2 experimental nuclear shells and took them with her as gift when she defected. Then, shortly thereafter, Sokolov's design lab, a top-secret military research facility, was destroyed by one of these weapons. Am I right so far?
Yes, that's correct.
And the American government denies any involvement in the affair. Is that right as well?
That's correct. We were not involved in any way.
Then what was a U.S. military aircraft doing on our radar screen? It was clearly in violation of our airspace. And yet you say it was not acting under your orders.
That's correct.
You expect me to believe that this was all the work of a single soldier?
I don't know what else to tell you.
The army insists that this is all a ploy on your part.
I've said it once, and I'll say it again. Our government had nothing to do with it.
And I would like dearly to believe you. However, I'm afraid my power over the military has weakened since the Cuban incident. I will need some kind of proof that this was not the action of the American government. You have 1 week. You must catch the Boss yourselves and recover the remaining nuclear device. Then, you must find some way to prove your innocence.
Prove our innocence?
Yes, preferably something painful. Prove to me that this is not merely another one of your tricks.
The boss should be close to Colonel Volgin. How about a little co-action?
I would not expect too much if I were you. The political situation here is unstable. And Colonel Volgin is a member of the Brezhnev faction, which seeks to topple my government. 1 week. You have only 1 week. And if it is not too much to ask, do something about Volgin as well.
What is that supposed to mean?
Nothing. It means nothing. Call it a modest gentleman's agreement to ensure our continued relationship.
What if we can't prove our innocence?
Then I will be unable to restrain the military. I will be ousted, and they will seek their revenge.
A nuclear attack on the United States?
I leave the disposal of this situation entirely to your discretion, Mr. President.
Disposal?
If you fail, it will mean the beginning of a new world war.
To put it simply, in order to avoid a full-scale nuclear conflict, we have to prove that America was not involved in that explosion.
And eliminating the boss ourselves will prove America's innocence?
Right. The higher-ups have decided that you're the only one capable of pulling this off. You were her last apprentice. Screw this one up, and we'll both be 6 feet under. There's no choice.
Are the Russians going to be helping us?
The KGB has promised to lend us one of their communications satellites so that you and I can talk to each other.
That's it?
They've also put us in touch with a couple of insiders.
Insiders?
There was a defection in September 1960. Do you remember it?
You mean the 2 NSA codebreakers who went over to the Soviet Union?
Precisely. Since then, they've apparently been training with the KGB in exactly this kind of situation. Their code names are Adam and Eva. I've been told that Adam has infiltrated Volgin's ranks. We've also arranged for him to provide you with an escape route. You'll need to rendezvous with him when you get there.
Control. Unidentified aircraft detected. Altitude 30,000 feet. It's fast. Estimated airspeed exceeding Mach 3. Bearing south. I'm about to lose it.
This is Snake. Do you read me?
Loud and clear. Glad to see you landed safely.
I got blown pretty far off target.
Snake, let's go over your mission objectives one more time. Rescue Sokolov. Find out what's happened to the Shagohod, then destroy it. And finally, eliminate the boss.
Eliminate the boss?
This mission will be codenamed Operation Snake Eater.
Because I'll be taking on the boss in our Cobra unit, right?
Don't forget about Colonel Volgin.
I'm not a hired killer.
I know, but that was the Kremlin's demand.
Demand? You mean it wasn't just a request? What's it to us if the Khrushchev regime is threatened by the Colonel and his faction?
If supporting the current regime helps us avoid a nuclear exchange, then that's what we'll do.
And what are the CIA's demands?
Our priorities are the rescue of Sokolov and the destruction of the Shagohod.
Roger that, Major Tom.
Hold on, Snake.
What now?
I'm changing my codename. It turns out Tom wasn't the most auspicious choice.
What do you mean?
Well, the truth is, when I chose my codename, I picked the wrong one.
The wrong one?
Did you ever see the movie The Great Escape? It came out last year.
I must have missed that one.
Anyway, it's based on a true story about prisoners who escaped from a POW camp in Nazi Germany. The prisoners dig 3 tunnels as part of their plan, but the Nazis find 2 of the tunnels before they're finished. The prisoners succeed in escaping by using the last remaining tunnel. The names of those 3 tunnels were Dick, Harry, and Tom.
I get it. You used the name of the tunnel they escaped in as your code name because you thought it would bring you good luck.
Yes, that's exactly right. At least, that was the plan.
But
I got the name wrong. The one they escaped in was Harry. Tom was one of the unlucky tunnels. It was discovered by the Nazis before it was finished. I watched the movie again just to make sure. In fact, I even ordered the actual film from the movie company.
yeah, it doesn't sound like the greatest name to use. So what should I call you?
You know, let's just use Zero, like we've been doing all along.
All right, then. Major Zero it is. We'll start over from square one.
From square zero. My frequency is 140.85. Oh, I almost forgot. Paramedic is with us again on this mission.
Is this her last chance, too?
If we fail, she'll have her medical license revoked. It's more or less the same kind of fate. Her frequency is the same as during the Vertueuse mission, 145.73. She'll be recording your mission data as well, just like the last time. That frequency is also the same, 140.96. And there's one more person on your support team. His name is Mr. Sigint. He's an expert on the latest in weapons and equipment technology. You'll be going up against some of the world's most advanced weaponry when you infiltrate the research facility. If you have any questions, just ask him. His frequency is 148.41.
Mr. Sigint. Got it.
Adam, your KGB contact, is waiting for you at the abandoned factory up ahead.
The same factory Sokolov was being held in last week.
Yes, meet up with Adam first. He's cleared the way for you to rescue Sokolov.
How will I know this Adam guy when I see him?
You'll know once you reach the factory. The whole area's been polluted by the fallout from that nuclear blast. No one else would dare come close. The password is, "Who are the Patriots?" and Lali Lulelo.
Lali Lulelo. Gotcha.
You've been equipped with a 45 for this mission. Be careful, it's noisy.
I thought standard Fox procedure was procure on-site weapons acquisition.
The circumstances are different this time. You're now on an official mission for the United States government. It would be necessary to make your presence known to a certain extent. To the Khrushchev regime, at the very least. But remember, this is still a sneaking mission. Snake, if you fail this mission, it will mean an all-out nuclear war. Keep that in mind and proceed with extreme caution.
Understood. Commencing Operation Snake Eater.
Alors, on va pas buter non plus 36 000 personnes, hein, de toute façon, comme d'habitude. Ouais, le voilà le truc. Oh, une grenouille, d'accord. Mais normalement, il n'était pas censé y avoir de connards qui viennent me chercher, là. 2 secondes, parce que dans le sac à dos, ils m'ont laissé quoi? Ah, ils m'ont pas remis... Oh, salaud. Ils m'ont pas remis le fusil à pompe. Oh là là. Attends, on va enlever le truc. Le capteur antipersonnel, on s'en fout. Ça, ouais. Le sonar actif, ça ne fonctionne pas. Détecteur de mouvement, oui. Ah, Python, la grenouille au thon, voilà. Le camouflage, vu qu'on est en plein dans le noir, on va mettre celui-là. Alors, tac, visage. On va mettre les éclats, tout simplement. Ah oui, je me rappelle de cette scène.
Looks like death wasn't ready for you yet.
Boss.
That arm still hurt?
What are you doing here?
Go home. Go home. GRU and my sons are waiting up ahead. You don't have a prayer of finishing your mission. You're not even armed.
Boss.
I'm not your boss anymore. There's nothing for you here. Go home. Go back to your boss. There's no need to prove that you are virtuous here. This isn't America. That should stir things up a bit. You'd better hurry. The border is 60 miles south of here. You ought to be able to run that far.
Why'd you defect?
I didn't. I'm loyal to the end, to my purpose. What about you, Jack? What's it going to be? Loyalty to your country or loyalty to me? Your country or your old mentor? The mission or your beliefs? Your duty to your unit or your personal feelings? You don't know the truth yet. But sooner or later, you'll have to choose. I don't expect you to forgive me. But you can't defeat me either. You know me too well. Just look at that bandana. If you can't put the past behind you, you won't survive long. If we meet again, I'll kill you. Now, go home.
Là, j'avoue qu'il est un peu con d'avoir laissé sa main face à un cheval. Hein.
This is Snake. Major Zero.
I read you, Snake.
I was ambushed by the boss.
You were what?
The drone's been shot to hell. It's up in flames.
That's not good. Enemy scouts are going to come looking for you.
Yeah, I know. But what was the boss doing here in the first place? There's got to be a leak somewhere.
No, that's impossible. The man the boss is working with, Volgin, isn't exactly on speaking terms with Khrushchev.
I lost my gun. The boss destroyed it.
Snake, I know how you're feeling. It's hard for me to believe, too, that a legendary hero like the boss would go over to the Russians. That she'd double-cross us like this. But that's how it is, and if you don't accept it, you'll never be able to beat her.
That's not the problem. In terms of sheer technique, I'll never be able to beat her. I know that all too well.
You've got to do it, Snake. She's your enemy and your objective.
Enemy? We were together for 10 years, and now you tell me she's my enemy?
Enough. Hurry to the factory where Adam is waiting. Scouts have probably already been sent out to investigate the explosion. You've lost your weapon, right? That means you've got no chance of winning in a battle situation. Whatever you do, don't let them see you.
What's wrong? Huh?
Paramedic.
Snake, it's so good to hear from you again.
Same here. It's been a week, hasn't it?
4 days, actually.
Huh?
I visited you in the hospital. You were still unconscious, though.
Then you must have seen me naked.
Yeah, but you were all wrapped up in bandages and tubes, so I couldn't do anything but look.
Better luck next time.
Let's hope so. But seriously, don't forget that you were like that until just yesterday. In fact, you really shouldn't even be on this mission. Keep an eye on your stamina gauge. If you start to run low, don't push yourself. Eat something to replenish your stamina. And try not to get yourself hurt. If you're wounded or get bitten by a venomous animal, go into the survival viewer immediately and treat yourself using cure.
Yeah. I can see you still know how to nag.
You're welcome. And I can see you still don't know when to keep your mouth shut.
Maybe so. By the way, I heard you're going to lose your medical license if this mission fails.
Yes, there was talk of that, but the mission won't fail, will it?
Of course not.
Good. I believe in you. But you know what? I really don't care about my medical license.
Didn't they use that to force you to participate in this operation?
No, I volunteered.
Why?
So that I could watch over you.
Huh.
Snake, you're the best agent I've ever seen. But you push yourself too hard. You're reckless. Someone has to stop you from getting into trouble, to make sure you and the boss don't kill each other. So that's why I volunteered. I mean, you couldn't ask for a better guardian angel than me, right?
Thanks.
Stop right there.
Huh?
You can thank me when you get back.
All right.
Yo! You're Snake, aren't you?
And you're Sigint?
None other.
I heard that you're an expert on weapons, equipment, and cutting-edge technology.
Close.
Huh?
I am the expert on weapons, equipment, and cutting-edge technology.
Ah.
I'm the guy that designed your trank gun active sonar, and motion detector. If you want to know anything about weapons or equipment you find in the field, just send me a message and ask. Later.
Major.
Snake, the boss is your enemy. You've got to accept that reality. Adam is waiting for you at the abandoned factory to the north of your current position. Head north.
Saving the game, Snake? Okay, good luck, Snake.
Thanks.
Me revoilà. Alors, attendez, je remets. Hop là, ça c'est parfait. Et c'est parti pour y aller. Alors du coup, je te vois, trophée obtenu. Comment ça, je te vois? Je te vois où ça? Mais que je voie quoi en fait? Je comprends rien. Alors je vois le trophée je te vois parce que j'ai pas compris là. Serpent, ah ok. Des grenades à nouveau, c'est bien. Ah, attends, grenade paralysante, ça peut m'aider. Alors au moins je peux récupérer de la bouffe sans problème en faisant ça. C'est pas mal. Alors du coup, c'est pas ça que je voulais faire de nouveau. Ah, donc nourriture, la nourriture, Cobra Royal. Ah, ceux-là ils sont dangereux. Il vaut mieux les faire gaffe parce qu'ils peuvent vraiment te faire mal. Alors. Ah, c'était pas bon. T'es assez bon, Pi. Cobra Royal, pas mauvais. Donc Pi, ça c'était bon.
Snake, unlike the Vertueuse mission, this is a night operation. You'll be encountering nocturnal animals that you didn't encounter your last mission. Some of them are venomous, like the king cobra, so be careful. If you get bitten by a venomous animal, the poison will spread through your body and rapidly drain your life gauge. If that's the case, go into the cure screen and survival viewer immediately and inject yourself with serum. Got it? I see you've caught a king cobra. The king cobra is the world's largest venomous snake. Its large size means that it has a lot of venom to inject. One bite is supposedly enough to kill an elephant. And it's extremely vicious as well, so watch out. If you get bitten by a king cobra and injected with venom, your life will start to decrease rapidly. As soon as you're bitten, go into the survival viewer and use cure to give yourself a serum injection. The king cobra's diet consists mostly of other snakes. Be careful, or you might end up as its next meal. When you're bitten by...
Ouais, mais il a même pas demandé, elle a même pas dit si c'est le goût ou quoi que ce soit. D'accord, bon, on va faire ça quand il fera jour. Oups. C'est ça que je voulais utiliser. Elle est juste devant moi, cette casse-couille. Ah bah elle est là. Alors du coup, grenouille arboricole, on la garde. Oh mais il n'y a rien dans celui-là, ok. Sans déconner, c'est pas par là que je devais aller? Ah si, j'avais pas vu, c'est tout. Nourriture, le fruit A, c'est quoi déjà? Diabloco Maloco. Le plus de bouffe possible, c'est très important. Oh mais ils les ont pas fait. Ah non 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 non, me faites pas tomber salopard. Putain, je vais me faire buter par des putains d'abeilles, mais ça va pas ou quoi? Oh là, c'était n'importe quoi. Alors du coup, bon, on va bouffer la pie. D'accord. Il suffit que je reste tranquille dans mon coin et ça passe. Attends, et dans le mode guérir, il n'y a pas des trucs? Apparemment tout va bien. Coupure, ok, ouais. On essaie dans médicaux. Os cassé. Attends, c'est de l'os cassé. Est-ce que je peux... Oui, tu peux arrêter de faire le con, s'il te plaît, c'est... J'essaie de voir s'il n'y a pas une ancienne... s'il y a pas une ancienne... un ancien truc. Apparemment, ça se voit pas trop. En fait, ça se voit pas du tout, en fait. C'est dommage. J'aurais bien voulu voir quelques anciennes fêlures, ça aurait été intéressant. Oh, des rations, super. Dans les rations, je peux les foutre, sac à dos. Ah non, c'est pour les jeter, d'accord. Alors, du coup... Alors, médicaments de vie, uniforme goutte d'eau et grenade fumigène. Est-ce qu'il y a quelque chose à dire à propos de ça ou pas du tout?
I see you've got yourself a ration. Rations are portable meals carried by Soviet soldiers.
I've heard some nasty stories about how they taste.
It looks like the rumors are true.
Great.
Hey, you should be grateful. Those things are designed to last. No matter how long you keep a ration, it'll never go bad. And they're surprisingly good for you, too.
I'd take a snake over this any day, even if it's a little rotten.
You are hopeless. When you get shot, you'll sometimes suffer a gunshot wound. The chance of suffering a serious injury is You'll find a fruit called the Yabloko Moloko growing in that area.
Yablo, what now?
Yabloko Moloko. It's a Russian name that roughly translates as milk apple. It's a type of star apple. The juice is thick and sweet, like milk, hence the name. And if you cut one in half lengthwise, you'll see a star-shaped ring radiating out from the center.
Hence the star apple.
Right. The star-shaped part has a gelatinous texture and is said to be especially tasty.
I ate one. It didn't taste that great.
Are you sure? It's supposed to be delicious.
Nope. It tasted terrible.
That's strange.
Yeah. Looks like that guide of yours.
No, it's your sense of taste.
Gros bouffeur qui a un mauvais palais. Y a pas d'autres Diablo Maloko dans le coin parce qu'il va falloir que je me fasse des... des réserves de bouffe, hein, même si elles finissent par pourrir, au moins je m'en fais des réserves. J'ai toujours pas trouvé de serpent vert, hein. J'ai peut-être j'ai peut-être pas le compas dans l'œil, hein, ça se trouve. Je vais même diriger comme ça, moi. Ça m'amuse. C'est un petit peu... C'est sympa, je trouve. Ça change de se diriger seulement avec le... en regardant comme ça. AK-47, fusil d'assaut soviétique. Ok. Du coup, l'AK-47... sac à dos... Bon, on va en prendre au moins une comme ça. Ah, c'est full auto ou c'est du coup pour coup, ok. Des grenades fumigènes, c'est pas ça que je voulais, mais bon. Insecticide, super. Visage zombie, super. Mais monte. Carton A, ok. Détecteur de mine, super.
Sorry I'm late.
Cut the engine. They'll hear us.
Are you the agent they sent?
Are you Adam? I thought you were supposed to be a man.
Adam couldn't make it.
All right, say the password. Who are the Patriots? Who are the Patriots? Answer me! Trapped.
Get down! There is your answer. The name's Eva.
Ouais, on sait très bien où vont ses yeux, hein. J'ai même pas besoin de vous le montrer. Hein. C'est un peu beau, enfin comme les deux autres, hein, je vous avais prévenu.
This wasn't part of the plan. What happened to Adam?
What's your code name?
It's Snake.
Snake, huh? Well, I'm Eva. Are you here to tempt me?
What happened to Adam?
Colonel Volgan is a very suspicious man. He decided Adam wasn't the right person for this mission.
And you were?
Yes.
Why?
Because I can do things he can't.
I heard you used to be a codebreaker for the NSA.
I was. 4 years ago, I defected to the Soviet Union with Adam.
Mauser military. The broom handle.
It packs quite a punch. Nice to have when you're on a bike.
You held it sideways and used the muzzle jump to create a horizontal sweep. That was impressive.
Bet you've never seen that technique in the West.
It's imitation, isn't it?
Yeah. It's a Chinese Type 17 pistol. Around here, even that's hard to come by. Don't worry, though. The one I've got for you is American-made.
.45, huh? Incredible.
Do you like it?
The feeding ramp is polished to a mirror sheen. The slide's been reinforced, and the interlock with the frame is tightened for added precision. The sight system is original too. The thumb safety is extended to make it easier on the finger. A long type trigger with non-slip grooves. A ring hammer. The base of the trigger guard's been filed down for a higher grip. And not only that, nearly every part of this gun has been expertly crafted and customized. Where'd you get something like this?
I grabbed it from a Western munitions armory. It probably used to belong to one of your officers, and there are more where that came from. You had this with you, didn't you? Better take this too.
What's that?
A disguise to make you look like a scientist.
A disguise?
Yes. You're here to rescue Sokolov, right?
Sokolov's still safe then?
Yes. He's being forced to continue his work on the Shagohod.
Where?
At the lab. They've got a whole army of scientists there developing new weapons. Security is tight, but if you disguise yourself as a scientist, you might be able to sneak in.
Can we get Sokolov out of there?
We'll see, won't we?
Tell me how to get to the lab.
The safest way in is from the rear. First, you'll need to head north through the jungle. You'll come to a heliport used for shipping materials. Pass the heliport and continue north, and there will be a large crevice. Descend into that area and you'll reach a cave. Move through the cave and you will arrive at a mangrove swamp. After the swamp, there'll be a warehouse. Make your way through the warehouse and you'll come out just south of the lab.
Got it.
And just what are you doing there?
In close-range combat, a knife can sometimes be more useful than a gun. By doing this, I'll be able to hold a knife at the same time and still keep the gun steady. That way, I can instantly switch between a gun battle and a knife fight. Right, let's get going.
Wait a minute.
What now?
You must be tired. Why don't you take a little rest?
I'll be fine.
You'll never make it in your condition. It's a jungle out there. There's still an hour before dawn. It's dangerous to be out in the jungle at night without a guide.
What about you?
I have to get back. I can't be gone for too long. They'll start to suspect something. Don't worry. I'll keep you updated over the radio.
That's it?
My orders are to provide you with information, nothing more. You look disappointed. All right then. I'll do something special for you. I'll stand watch until dawn. Now be a good boy and lie down. What's the matter?
I don't know you well enough to trust you.
How well do you have to know me to trust me?
I don't know if I can trust anybody.
Gonna get that?
She's right, Snake. You should get some sleep. Although in your condition, you really ought to be back in the ICU. Whenever you save the game and quit, you'll go to sleep. Sleeping allows you to gain back stamina naturally. Depending on how long you sleep, you may also recover naturally from sickness and injury. When you're tired or hurt, the best thing to do is just get some sleep. So do yourself a favor and take a nap. Doctor's orders, okay?
Yeah, okay.
Ouais, en gros, si tu joues pas au jeu pendant quelques jours, tu vas évidemment retrouver ta stamina, tout le bordel, si tu joues en normal ou difficile, hein, bien entendu. C'est un jeu assez malin, parce que tu as des événements qui se passent une fois que tu fais... ça c'est quoi? C'était Rasvet? L'événement qui se passe une fois que tu laisses passer le temps, en fait. Moi, je vous expliquerai plus tard, au moment où on y sera.
What's the matter?
We're surrounded. I see 4 of them.
We've got company. It's the Ocelot unit. Let's get out of here. Hurry.
Putain, mais il a les yeux qui pendent un peu trop là. Hein. Le mec, c'est. Il y a des ennemis. Oh, je regarde tes boosts, mais je vous avais dit que les 3 jeux ils étaient un peu beaux. Enfin, c'est d'époque en même temps. Puis on l'a vu dans MGS2, Kojima il aime bien mettre des meufs en bikini un petit peu partout.
We can use this to get to the basement. Damn it, Ocelot. I'll get past them on my bike. I'll call you later.
Okay, I'll keep them busy. Huh?
Don't go dying on me now.
Where's he hiding? There's what? What? Not here? Did he get away? Did we lose him? He's got to be around here. Find him! Move! Where'd he go?
bizarre, j'en ai eu 7 là, ça me paraît étrange. Ou alors ils sont 7 et le 7ème c'était Ocelot.
I've been waiting for this moment. That's it. That's the stance. I don't think so. What? A female spy? This bitch is wearing perfume. Stay where you are. I've had enough of your judo.
I see you've got yourself a single-action army.
That's right. There'll be no accidents this time.
You call that an accident? Well, it wouldn't have happened if you hadn't been showing off.
What did you say?
It's a nice gun, I'll give you that. But the engraving gives you no tactical advantage whatsoever. Unless you were planning to auction it off as a collector's item. And you're forgetting one more very basic thing. You don't have what it takes to kill me.
We'll see.
That thing only carries 6 shots. The Makarov carries 8. You have to get a feel for how many you have left. This is a high-class weapon. It's not meant for shooting people.
Damn! This isn't over yet.
Don't.
Why?
He's still young.
You'll regret stopping me. Damn it! I've got to get back before he does.
Super, bon ça c'est fait du coup. Et en plein jour les choses sont différentes du coup. Mais pourquoi il peut pas se... Toujours il arrive pas à passer par là, hein, c'est dingue. Oh bah non mon loot. Ouais, parce qu'il y en avait 2 et puis du coup j'ai pas pu les looter à temps, mais c'est pas grave. Bon. Bonsoir Il Caïman, bienvenue sur le live. Bon, je vais finir dans quelques minutes, le temps de looter un petit peu ce qu'il y a autour. De voir si j'ai pas oublié 2-3 trucs. Une fois, et ensuite je passerai la suivante, la zone suivante, puis je m'arrêterai là. Puis je continuerai vendredi, parce que là c'était une redécouverte. Et alors ce que je vais t'expliquer un truc si tu es toujours là. Moi je joue en very easy, mais pour une bonne raison, c'est que t'as le easy gun en very easy. Et c'est assez facile de l'avoir. En fait, la difficulté c'est uniquement dans les dégâts que tu prends, dans les dégâts que tu donnes aux ennemis et dans les phases timées qu'il y a dans le jeu. C'est pareil dans tous les Metal Gear Solid, en tout cas dans tous les vieux. Et ça va me servir à une chose en fait, parce que c'est munitions infinies. Il y a un silencieux infini, et le truc, ça va me servir à voler les camouflages des boss. C'est juste à ça que ça va me servir. Et comme ça, au moins, j'aurai des munitions infinies pour ça. Sinon, je n'utilise pas. Sinon, j'utilise simplement le gun normal, et puis j'essaie de me cacher comme il faut. Parce que la difficulté dans les anciens Metal Gear, c'est juste ça. C'est juste les dégâts que tu prends, les dégâts que tu donnes, et puis les fast timés, c'est tout. J'ai déjà fait plusieurs fois les jeux quand j'étais... J'ai fait plusieurs fois les jeux quand j'étais sur PS1, PS2, PS3, puis j'ai vu la différence. Surtout quand j'ai joué à Metal Gear Solid 2 pour avoir les dog tags, c'est-à-dire les médailles de soldats. Les médailles de soldats. Et les médailles de soldats, ça sert à... Plus t'en as, plus tu peux avoir respectivement dans le tanker et dans la Big Shell le camouflage optique et les munitions infinies. Et il va falloir que je refasse la version facile et la version normale. Et du coup, justement, en l'ayant fait plusieurs fois sur PS2, le jeu Metal Gear Solid 2, j'ai remarqué que c'était la même chose pour aussi les autres jeux. C'est juste le nombre de dégâts que tu prends, le nombre de dégâts que tu mets aux ennemis et le nombre de temps qu'ils vont prendre à dormir. Parce que ouais, tu leur mets des flèches dans la gueule, ils dorment, mais ça leur prend plus de temps. Et les fast timés sont plus courtes. C'est tout. C'est tout. Et c'est surtout des jeux scénarisés. En gros, dans Metal Gear Solid 1, c'était plutôt bien foutu. C'était beaucoup d'action, peu de parlotte. Metal Gear Solid 2, ça parlait énormément et t'avais peu d'action, tu jouais peu, c'était un jeu interactif presque. Et Metal Gear Solid 3, c'est entre les deux. Mais même en very easy, les boss, c'est pas des rigolos. Donc c'est pour ça que peu importe la difficulté, tu vas quand même t'en prendre plein la gueule si tu fais pas gaffe. Surtout qu'ici, il y a aussi le fait de faire gaffe à la bouffe, faire gaffe à à l'environnement, parce qu'il y a les sangsues, parce que si tu te fous dans le marais, t'as les sangsues. Si tu bouffes de la merde, t'as une intoxication alimentaire, la bouffe peut périmer, du coup c'est pour ça qu'il faut attraper. D'ailleurs, il faut que je vérifie. Ouais, c'est bon, j'ai des animaux en cage, donc je pourrais toujours les bouffer. J'ai toujours de la bouffe qui se garde, qui peuvent pas pourrir, donc ça passe. J'en étais où? Ah oui, changer de camouflage, parce qu'il va falloir, donc... feuille, parce que le prochain, je sais que c'est comme ça. Ensuite, tac. Le zombie, je l'avais trouvé. Alors, tac. Oui, comme ça, hop. Donc, prochaine zone, mais avant, je fouillais si j'ai pas oublié des trucs. Il n'y a pas des choses là-dessous. Ah, il y a des petits rats, mais pas besoin de bouffer pour le moment. Apparemment, j'ai tout looté avant, donc c'est bien. C'est bien de vérifier quand même. Ok, c'est bon. Alors, zone suivante, on va s'arrêter là. Donc, pour les gens de YouTube, salut YouTube, la vidéo sera transférée sur YouTube. Une fois que la vidéo sera passée, une fois que la vidéo a été traitée en 1080p 60 fps et le 720p 60 fps, la vidéo sera mise en public. Donc pouce en l'air, ça vous plaît, abonnez-vous, ça vous plaît. Et pour les gens de Twitch, n'hésitez pas à follower, ça vous plaît. Je vous souhaite une bonne soirée, une bonne nuit et à très bientôt. Allez, au revoir, bisous et merci d'avoir été là. Hop.